All right, it looks like we are live. Welcome to our PPR Patreon game. Today we are playing Blue Planet Recontact, and we're playing the 2020 con scenario, A Day at the Beach. And I'm here with Arthur and Tony. Arthur is going to be playing Drew Latimer, and Tony is going to be playing Uncle Digger, the mechanic. All right, here, let's set the scene. Anything, anywhere, anytime. Red Sky Charter's unofficial motto. Red Sky is a small charter and transport service founded by Drew's uncle, Carl Latimer, who was tragically lost at sea over a year ago, along with the company's newly purchased but sadly uninsured aircraft. Now in deep financial straits, and despite your limited experience, you are trying to keep the company afloat, literally. To make ends meet, you have been forced to take any job that came along, each one more dubious than the last. The Red Sky Charter's crew is back, and this time they are escorting a group of Biogene executives on a 4-day team-building trip into the colony world's dangerous outback. Arrogant executives? Check. Lethal ecology? Check. Third-rate guide service? Check. What could possibly go wrong? You have been hired by Everett Whitegate III, a high-level Biogene executive. A genius in the genetics lab, but a rather unorthodox leader, Whitegate has decided that what his executives need to turn them into a blue sky, synergistic, bleeding edge team is a week-long survival challenge in the outback of Poseidon. Convinced the only way to have an authentic experience is to hire a small-time local guide, Whitegate picked Red Sky. Lucky you. A long day's trip by hydrofoil finds you pitching camp on the beach of tiny unnamed island 4047 UC, which stands for unclassified, 1,000 clicks southwest of Harmony. Clearly inhabited, why would anyone come here anyway? Probably not big enough to support large predators. Well, that's good. Jungle is dense, but if you keep them out of it, then maybe no one will get bit, stung, envenomed, or poisoned. Why does he keep using the term bleeding edge? No worries, we've got this. All you have to do is keep them safe for a few days, and you get paid. And maybe word of mouth will lead to more in corporate business. That's where the real money is, right? More business would be great, right? No problem, right? Sure thing, you got this. Keep people safe in the wilds of this super dangerous, hyper-predatory water world is what you do. Easy peasy, right?
Right.
Okay.
Totally.
Hopefully you can see the map. I noticed that I didn't put the sharing permissions up the way I thought, but I think that's been rectified now. And you'll notice that there on the western side of the island is a small anchorage where you've put down the anchor and the boat is bobbing on the gentle swell. And there is a camp on the shore where you guys are putting up some tents and establishing a perimeter with a trio of watchdogs that you're putting out, small electronic devices that give you some sense of movement in a variety of visual and auditory spectra.
What time of day is it right now?
It is late afternoon. In fact, the sun is just beginning to get that sort of oversized and bright glow it gets as it nears the horizon. There's a bright band of speckled sunlight crossing water towards you. The crew that you're with, the executives, are sort of struggling through the process of putting up tents, trying to figure out the store-bought camp, the brand new, like just out of the packaging camping gear that they acquired. And it is up to you guys to sort of help them out. You can let them struggle on their own. You can lend a hand. But you can approach however you think your character's personality or attitude would lend them. There is Whitegate, the executive himself. He's a bit of the impression you've got from him is he's a bit of I don't know if he seems to quote a lot of like Nietzsche. He seems a big fan of sort of social Darwinism. He's quoted, you've heard him quoting Rudyard Kipling a few times.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Kind of a Campbell-esque. Yeah. survival of the fittest, sort of.
Uh-huh,
But he himself does not present as like the most fit. He's clearly from a very isolated and corporate world where he's always had a lot of authority and resources, and has just sort of decided that that's how the world works. He has brought along his child, somewhat goth in appearance and attitude, seems to have been plugged into their V the entire time so far and been online for almost the entire journey. Does not really seem to be putting much effort into setting up camp. And the child is very androgynous and goes by the name Evie. There is who appears to be a rather obsequious executive assistant by the name of Martin Privet. And I can share all these names with you in the chat if need be. Alice Sayers, you get the impression that she's one of the lead geneticists on the team. There's a fellow by the name of Daniel Moore, who your only impression so far is that he is a bit of a mall ninja outdoorsman. Like he's fully outfitted, but it's clear that everything is brand new and very expensive and probably pretty useless.
Still got the plastic wrap on it?
Well, he's taken it off. Like he wanted to appear the part. He's got like the beige vest, but you can see that it's this.
It's got the tag on the back still.
It's got a number of tags. In fact, there's a thing at the bottom. There's a little red cloth tab at the bottom of one of the pockets that says "pull in case of emergency." It appears to have like an auto inflator in case he goes over the side. There's all these pockets that are bulging with various survival gear.
He's ready.
Yeah, he's ready. There is Joseph Chen, who seems to be another member of the lab. You're not sure what his role is, but judging from his boots, he seems to be a bit of a weekend outdoorsman himself, that he may actually have some experience in the outback, because they are not brand new. They are well worn and exactly the kind you would want to wear in this place. There's an older fellow by the name of Yu Takamura who seems quite happy to be here, but easily distracted. And he seems to be poking around in tide pools and digging in the sand with more interest than he is in putting up tents. And Antonia Rodriguez, kind of keeping to herself, but at least it seems to be able to put up a tent. And then finally, there's Mr. Rip, who is an oversized, clearly modded up, what you can't help but think, especially you, Arthur, having served, is ex-military turned corporate security. And he is clearly Whitegate's personal bodyguard.
Okay.
And seems very focused on perimeters and sight lines. And but he does, by his dress, manner, and the gear he is wearing, does seem to have a level of competence that at least you should be able to rely on if things get challenging.
Well, why would things get challenging?
Well, it is the outback of Poseidon. So to help introduce some of these people, I'm going to assume during your 12 plus hour journey by hydrofoil that you had a chance to chat some of them up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like you guys to pick one of these characters and an approach that you want to use, and we'll see how that conversation goes and how what you might learn from them.
Drew or Arthur, you want to go first?
Sure. I'm gonna ask Alice Sayers, right? That was their name.
There is an Alice Sayers. Yep, she's the one of the geneticists on the team.
Okay, yeah. I would like to ask her questions. Mostly trying to use her to get a feel on the rest of the team, if that's possible.
Okay. Looking at your character sheet,
yes.
How would you like to approach this conversation?
I will do the small business owner angle.
Okay. All
Just
right,
I want this to be like a good trip for you guys, blah, blah, blah. Let me know if I can help you out. Not too much, because, you're supposed to be team bonding or whatever.
Okay, so give me the opening line, and then we'll have you roll, and then that will determine her response to your opening line. What do you say to her as you're driving the boat? The wind is in your hair, the sun is shining. It's really quite beautiful being out here. She seems quiet, and I don't know if surly's the right word, but she's not engaging voluntarily or being expansive.
Okay. Well, I'll just be like, they said anytime, anywhere. I guess this is really what they meant. You didn't think you'd be coming on a week-long retreat when you passed that final 5 rounds of interviews, did you?
Okay, so you're trying to chum up with her.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you're aware, with your implant V, with your implant jack, you can drive the boat from anywhere you want.
Okay, cool.
If you want to be sitting in the bow, midships, or stern with her, or below deck, whatever, we can imagine that conversation's going on wherever you want it to.
I'm eating a canned something.
Okay. Are you sharing with her?
Sure. It's lunchtime.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys have set up sort of a serve yourself buffet in the galley.
The best sardines.
People are spooning stuff onto paper plates and or the equivalent.
Yeah, this is the last good meal anyone's gonna have for the next week.
Yeah, and by the looks that some people are giving it, they think that they've already started eating camp food.
This is the good stuff.
Okay, so go ahead and give us a test. And by way of tutorial, you pick the skill set that you want to use, and depending on the column you're in, general, core, or specialty, you get a different number of D10s, and then you pick the attribute that you think most governs the situation, and you add those 2 numbers together, and that's your target, and you roll it on that many dice. Doesn't matter how many successes you have, it only matters whether you have at least 1 success equal to or less than the number.
I guess I'll be choosing the skill set would be small business owner, but I think local guide applies more than boat captain, because I'm not trying to tell her how to be a boater.
Right.
So that's 2 dice.
So you're trying to engage on a business level, though, right? Talking about the corporate scene.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll stick with small business owner.
Okay,
so
that's
you
fine.
do 3, 1 die, and then what?
Calm.
Calm. Okay.
This is a thing. It happens.
Okay,
I'm prepared for it. Are
so
you?
your target number is 4.
Yep. So just roll 1 die, right?
Yeah. Well, here this is technically a maneuver. If you look at the second page of your character sheet, there's examples there. There's different kinds of maneuvers. There's 3 examples on the character sheet, but this would be a social maneuver. You're not really trying to deceive her or intimidate her, so you're persuading her to open up, maybe.
Yeah.
So she would resist if she was inclined by one of her attributes, skill sets, and she's going to have a penalty to her because she's not really trying hard to deny you. But so go ahead and we'll make this an opposed.
Okay. I rolled a 9.
Rolled a 9. Well, that's not good. Conversation seems to be falling on deaf ears. She nods and mumbles. She plays with her food and tries to use that as an excuse for not answering immediately, as she's got a mouthful. And you get the feeling that she something's going on, but you can't tell what.
Oh, that's good.
Either she either just doesn't like you.
Can't be it.
Or is not really excited or even interested in being out here.
That would make perfect sense.
Tony, Digger, who would you like to engage with?
Well, I have a specialty that says I know everyone. So who might I know as a native?
Of these people, you mean?
Yeah. Does anyone strike me as native?
No, these are all newcomers, every one of them. It is possible that Evie was perhaps born on planet, but unlikely. So they're if you know them, it's only that you have that sort of natural charisma, jocularity that lets you engage quickly with folks. So I'll tell you what, I will let you make a test on knows everyone. And if you succeed, then I'll let you engage with 2 different people.
So I'm going to roll 3d10, and my target is 3, right? Based on my character sheet, it's got a little 3 next to the bubble.
Yep.
All right.
So 3, and then what attribute do you want to use?
Okay. Well, I'll use my attribute of observant. I'm going to, actually resourceful. I'll try to see someone who is maybe struggling with opening up a can, and since I'm resourceful, I have a can opener on me, which is just a knife, and I stab it into the can.
Right.
That's how you do it.
So you get a 6 as your target number and 3 dice, so you've got a very high chance.
Okay. I rolled a 5, a 2, and a 10.
Okay. So I will let you engage with any 2 of these people that you want. And who would you like to start with?
Let's see. It looks like who's the guy with the worn boots?
Guy with the worn boots is Joseph Chen. He seems to be quite enjoying being on the trip on the boat, and just looking him over, you can tell that his outdoor gear seems to be well used.
Yeah,
and he's what you can see of his belt knife and that sort of thing implies that he's not been to the mall to prepare for this trip, and has not overdone his preparation for this trip.
And enough practice with that knife there, you could probably open up this can just as well as I did.
Sure. I'm pretty excited about this weekend. I'm a little dubious about what Mr. Whitegate has planned, but just being out here is definitely a pleasure. So go ahead and give me a test to see what you can get out of him, and then like with Drew, why don't you give me your opening line?
Well, yep. The outback tends to be dangerous, but I'll be here to keep you safe. Been out there most of my life here with the team. It's not bad. You just got to be aware. Keep your eyes open. You look like you're pretty.
And what skill set would you like to use? I might suggest Poseidon Frontier, since you. Oh, right, that's wrong character sheet. My bad. Let's see. You've got Outdoorsman or Hunter. Outdoorsman might be appropriate. Native Son would be appropriate. Given your opening line.
Let's do that. Native Son. Where's that? General. 1d10.
General. Yep. So you got a 3, and you can add an attribute to that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll add. How many times can I add an attribute? Do they have?
It's just one. You just pick one that you think is most inclusive of what you're trying to accomplish, and then they add together.
Okay. I think observant would work.
Okay. So 5.
7. Unsuccessful.
All right. So looks at you. A little. I don't know if suspicious is the right word. A little dubious. You get the impression that maybe he thinks you're trying a little too hard, like trying to be the guide and the the you're leaning on the commercial edge of it rather than being real with him. But he nods and mumbles and kind of gets up and walks over to one of his coworkers and finishes his meal with them. Okay. So that didn't go so great.
I think Ben's here.
Oh, he is. Hey, there we go. Sorry. Thank you for noticing. I was looking at the wrong screen.
I am so sorry for being so late.
Man. No way.
What characters have been taken?
Drew and Digger. So I would recommend Maggie or Fishboy to probably be most fitting for this scenario.
Okay. I'll take Maggie then.
All right.
Maybe you'll have better luck than we did.
What is happening right now?
Well, here's the deal. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share. Let's see, how's best to do this? I will share with you the little intro that I've already read to the players.
Okay.
And I'll share that with all you guys. And then I will also share the list of the NPCs so that you guys have their names and can start tracking your relationships with them. Let me do this. All right. Is there... Yeah, there's a chat function here. Go ahead and check out that for the little scenario. Did it work? Did
You
it come
put in
through?
the live comments.
Oh, well. There we go. Do we have a chat function in this program, or do I need to send it to you guys?
There's a private chat.
Yeah, so I can see, like, I can toggle between them at the top of the chat box, but I don't know what your dash looks like. But we can just, like, paste it in there, right?
Yeah,
Here.
I don't see my chat box anywhere.
I see that
Oh,
Arthur.
here we go. Sorry, I had the window pushed too far to the right, and it was off the screen. All right, so Arthur put that in there. All right, let me put another one in here.
I just had to request access, but
Oh, yeah, they're all locked.
The quick rundown that I can give you and anyone else who joined the live stream is we are guides for this wilderness water world that we live in, and we're leading a group of executives on a corporate team building exercise into the jungle.
All right, give me a moment. Oh, just do that. No, that's not working either.
oh no.
Something happened to my Google Doc. Here, sorry guys, give me a second.
No worries.
All right, I'm answering your requests. Should be coming through. Okay, have you guys been granted access yet?
Doesn't seem like it.
I think yours just went through, Arthur.
Oh, yep, got it.
The rest of you? Tony, did you get in?
Not yet.
No.
Looks like Ben is in.
Okay.
All right, good to go.
Very good, good. All right. And then I need to add one. All right. One more minute. And
Oh, that's the 4047.
I'm behind a firewall at the school where I work at because I also live here, and sometimes it messes with how Google Docs plays with other people. So I'm trying to go around here. Okay. All right. Now let's try this one more time. I'm going to try and share it. Maybe we'll do it this way. I'm going to put these in the chat so you have quick access to them. All right. They didn't seem to maintain any of the formatting, but you can catch their names in there. All right, so we are back to our conversations with these people while you're heading out. Digger, did you want to try and approach someone else?
Right, I get two people. Sure, I'll quickly go up to. Okay, it says something here in my character sheet that I am an insurgent sympathizer.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that.
So there is a native rights movement that covers the spectrum from a legitimate political human rights advocacy initiative to full-on hot war against some of the corporate interests that are exploiting the planet. And as a native, most natives are on that spectrum more towards the radical end of things, at least in their sympathies, if not in their actions. You are well connected in your native community. Many of your friends are deeply involved in the actual insurgency. You have not been in any direct way, but it is up to you kind of where you go from here with those feelings. The actual act of insurgency is generally illegal, so it's not something that you would open a conversation with. But
who might tick me off the most then, based on that I could get information out of by, if someone's emotions are heated, they're more likely to spill a little bit more information.
Sure. Well, probably Whitegate himself, because he seems to represent he seems to have the highest rank and influence of the people that are here.
All right, let me go talk to Whitegate. I think I've got an angle here.
Okay.
Mr. Whitegate, thanks so much for the opportunity to help you guys out and your team building exercise here.
Oh, of course. I'm really looking forward to this. I truly believe that the best way to bring out the strengths of any team is to force them into a situation of hardship and risk where the dangers are real and survival is imperative. And I'm glad you're here to facilitate that.
Yeah, even in your email that you sent over with us being third rate and being able to really understand that we are the realist type of group here that could help you guys out. I really definitely appreciate that.
Well, I meant that in a complimentary kind of way. We wanted something real, something very well. Look at yourself, sir, like a native.
completely understand where you're coming from, sir. And I kind of lay that on a little thick. I definitely think that the
Oh, please call me Everett.
Everett. I really think that as you say, the strong will survive and definitely show themselves on this little trip that we have going. It's completely agree with everything that you're saying.
Okay, what would you like to test against to see how you can get him to?
Okay, so I'm gonna definitely use an attribute of stubborn. I think that came through,
That seems fair.
and maybe insurgent sympathizer. I guess I was kind of going on that angle. What would you say? Is kind of
yeah,
my,
I mean, if you're using it to draw on your like
Or tough guy,
frustrations,
maybe.
yeah. I mean, you're not really talking about it as a subject, but I think using it as a way to sort of center yourself and call on the energy you want to put on him. I think that's appropriate.
Okay, so that's 3d10 on insurgent sympathizer plus 1. So that's a total. That's a 2 test plus 1 for stubborn. So 3 on 3d10.
Yep.
Drop the dice somewhere, and it was a 3. Wow.
All right, so what would you like him to reveal? What are you hoping to get out of him?
His true nature about what he's attempting to accomplish with this, or what he's attempting to accomplish, in the corporate world, or
Okay, so he tells you.
why do you need all these guys working together so well? Surely your team is good enough as is.
Well, of course, it's an excellent team, and we've met all of our established goals quarter after quarter. In fact, we have one of the highest rates of return in the division, but we can always be better. And frankly, I think they're just a little soft, and I'd really like to see them toughen up a bit to know how good they have it. I mean, I fear that they've been coddled, and the insulated corporate bubble, it just keeps them that way. And it would be so much more competitive if we could somehow really find our core connections and make this team into something that can not just survive in the wilds, but survive in the savage jungle of the corporate battle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get it? I mean, it just seems so obvious to me.
Who's your biggest competitor?
Well, I mean, that's debatable, but I'm particularly concerned these days with developments coming out of Gendiver. They seem to be taking advantage of new developments in the long john therapy, and their presence here is making our advancements that much tougher. And I think we need this advantage. I really think that this will make us the team to beat.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. We've got a couple of their products on the boat. Anyway, have a good one.
All right, Ben, or I should say Maggie.
Yes.
So you guys have just completed like a 12 or 13-hour boat ride with these corporate executives.
Yay.
And are in the midst of setting up camp. And we're doing, I guess you'd call it a bit of a flashback to conversations that occurred on the boat. And this is your chance to sort of pick somebody and learn a little bit more about them, and have a little more understanding of who they are. So the people that I posted in the chat, who might you be interested in chatting with? They've already talked with Everett. They've talked with Daniel. And
Alice.
They've talked with Alice.
Okay. I do not want to talk with Daniel, but I feel like Daniel will want to talk with me.
Okay.
As I am essentially the if I understand this character right, the like former operator type, right?
Yeah. So you were forward recon in the GEO military.
Mm-hmm.
You got out, and you are now a GEO warden, which is kind of like game warden meets U.S. Marshal.
Okay. Yeah.
Your mandate is preventing environmental crimes and some degree of fugitive tracking across the frontier, and that's your main job. You were friends with Uncle Carl, very good friends with Uncle Carl. You'd saved each other's lives a couple times, and so you feel sort of a connection to the Red Sky Charters. And you occasionally, on your days off or an occasional leave of absence, you will kind of help out as an extra hand, and that's what you're doing now. So yeah, you can very much have a bearing as ex-military if you want to walk that walk. But probably most dramatically, you are a hybrid, which is a genetically engineered. You were part of a genetic engineering project that was abandoned when people realized that the people they were creating might not want to be super soldiers. Oddly enough, you ended up being a soldier, but you are a hybrid with some actual silverback gorilla traits mixed into your DNA. So you are very big, very tall, a little bit hairy, very strong, and are actually well adapted to being a soldier and an outdoorsman. So those are the characteristics that people see when they first see you, and they tend to not look past that because of natural prejudices and racism. So they'll see that unless you want them to see the military bearing, the operative nature you're talking about.
The other thing that I see is also with my connections is that I have a tie to my warden service, so I feel like the character is also a bit of a stickler for the rules about making sure that everyone maintains there's no laws being broken on my watch.
You have spent a lot of time in the military, most of your adult life, and so that is a natural thing to believe.
Okay. So,
I think that's appropriate that he would sort of target you out of some sort of belief, unfounded or not, that you are maybe not the leader of the business, the owner of the business, but certainly the one to know if you want to be sure of the leader in the bush, the one that's the most competent in the survival in the wilderness. So he comes up to you and he tries to engage in conversation. What tack do you want to take with him?
So I'm looking at my skill sheet, and so I'll be very kind of firm but polite. Like, how does he come off? Does he come off very fanboyish? Does he come off kind of arrogant, like he's?
Yeah, like probably a little more arrogant than fanboyish. Clearly wanting to impress you, but also wanting to hang with what he thinks is the person that is going to have the most authority in the moment. He seems to be a bit of a suck up, the kind of guy that looks for the power and then goes to the power to try and draw some of it off. So how long you been working with these guys?
Long time. Even on my off time, I worked for was it Uncle Drew?
Yeah, for Red Sky Charters. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. You've been with this charter outfit for a while, then.
Yeah, that's right.
So what's the story? Are they more competent than they look?
Yeah. I mean, they're a little we're a competent crew. I'll pretend like I didn't hear his backhanded insult.
Well, the irony is that he's clearly dressed in outdoor gear that just came out of the packaging, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a callus on his well manicured hands, and he probably spent more on his haircut than you guys make in a week. So,
great.
Yeah. All right, so go ahead and give me a test.
Okay.
And we'll see what you can get out of him.
So for the for the skill set, I have like a set of general skills, and
Yeah, so mechanically, these skill sets read from left to right, and
Okay.
they represent a general area, a more specific area, a core area, and then a specialty area. So if you pick your top one, for example, you have incorporate free zone because you were raised in corporate free zone on Earth, and then you spent time in a geo liberation facility after you were liberated from that incorporation, or that incorporate, and then basically on your own in the city streets, and that's your specialty, right? If you drop down one from there, you see geo military, forward recon, sniper. So you know lots of stuff about geo military, but but it's generalized, so you get 1d10. Forward recon, you're more trained and experienced with, so you get 2d10, and sniper is your MOS, so you would get 3d10 on that.
Okay.
And your target number is the number next to it, and then you add whatever the most appropriate attribute is to that number and roll the given number of dice.
Okay. All right. So I think the skill that I'd like to use is the GEO military, and could I bump that up to sniper all the way?
I don't know how sniper would apply here unless you were somehow like showing him how to shoot a gun or how to pick a sniper perch or telling a story about being a sniper, trying to either impress or intimidate him.
Well, so here's what I'm going to do, because I also know a big part of being a sniper is also being able to be somewhat out on your own in the middle of like a landscape. So I'm going to like pull up a map and start essentially like doing tactics talk at him.
Okay.
You know.
So you pull up the island map of the island you're headed to.
Right.
And what are you going to tell him about it?
You see these mountains right here?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't call them mountains. They're not that tall, but sure. Yeah.
Yeah. What do I know also about the wildlife specifically? So, like, obviously, like, that's the biggest threat, or at least the most obvious threat.
Well, one of your skill sets has predator behavior as in Poseidon Frontier. This island is thankfully small enough that it probably doesn't have any permanent large predators on it. There may be something transient, but it's really not large enough to host at least a number of predators.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll say, we'll be out here. We have I point out sources of clean water on the island. Also, I'll basically give out the basic procedure for the encampment. I'll say that again. I will be on point. We shouldn't expect any large animals, but it is possible. They are possible, so I will be on point. The best place to set up an ambush, because just in case, we'll set up a camp on top of this, cliffside. So basically, there will only be one ambush by land, so that we can create a bottleneck for whatever incoming, enemies or.
Okay. So you start to get his eyes start to get a little big, like when you start talking about enemies and bottlenecks and sniper perches.
Yeah.
So you've got his attention. Go ahead and give the test here and see how he takes it.
So I guess I'll do GEO military and forward recon.
Okay. So roll 2d10, and you got a 4, and maybe add savvy to this because you're kind of like working him a little bit.
I was gonna say aware.
You can do that.
Okay. So then I add these together, right?
Yep. And that becomes your target number.
Okay, that is a 6 total on the dice.
You should roll 2 dice. Well, you should roll 2 dice.
Yeah, that's what I did.
And you don't add them together. You just take the lowest roll.
Okay, so the lowest was a 1.
Okay, good. So it's important to note that if you, it sometimes matters how big the gap is between what your target number is and what you actually roll. That's called the action value.
Okay.
And in this case, let's see how he responds. You essentially get de facto critical success. The gap between, since it's a post test, the gap between what he rolled and what you rolled exceeds 5 or better.
Okay.
So you get a choice between a narrative benefit or a +2 on the next relevant roll. So you can put in your pocket a +2 bonus for any future interaction you have with this guy, or you can gain a narrative benefit out of the interaction. If conversely, if you roll an action value of -5, if you miss it by 5 or more, then it's essentially a critical failure and the opposite of that.
Mm-hmm.
If you get exactly what you needed to roll, then you succeed, but with a complication.
Okay. I think I will take a narrative benefit, which is that I would like for Daniel to be humbled by my experience.
He definitely is cowed. You see him. He kind of the words hero worship or fanboy are too strong, but he definitely thinks you're cool, and definitely wants to have a little bit of that coolness. Like he wants to stand in the glow of that with regards to the social hierarchy of this trip, and you get that vibe already. Like he keeps asking if there's something he can do to help. He wants to know if he can, help you load the skiff, put up the tent, anything he needs to know about how you're setting up camp.
Yeah, sure. I'll have him help me with ancillary activities. But I will not give him something of great importance or something that he could hurt himself doing.
Okay. Well, you got him set to putting up his tent initially, and that'll take him a little while because, he's still reading the instructions since he's just taking it out of the packaging.
Yep.
So you guys are helping them set up camp after you've arrived. And like I said, the sun's going down. Going to need to start cooking soon. And I'm curious how you guys are going about it, whether you're letting them fumble through or whether you're trying to teach them actual skills, or whether you're just like, hey, out of my way, let me take care of this because I can do it twice as fast on my own. Sort of a good guide, bad guide sort of approach.
If I am responsible for my own stuff, I will just kind of set it up demonstratively, but not, go assist anybody who isn't directly asking for it. Like set up my tent efficiently and do it in full view of everybody. Okay. So if they want to just copy on the sly,
right.
They can do that.
You're providing an example, but not instruction.
Yeah.
All right. How about you, Digger?
Well,
sink or swim on their own.
Yeah, definitely want to see them struggle a little bit in this moment, but I'm going to help out in a different way. I'm a mechanic, so I want to see if there's anything that I can build or help to start get food going after they get their tents, after they struggle through that, and they can come get some food. I'm also a hunter, so I could go hunting.
Well, you guys got supplies with you. There is a plan. So when
maybe on the second day we'll go hunting.
When Privet first contacted you guys on behalf of Whitegate, he had a whole packet of intentions, agenda for the week that included expectations around access to electronics and communication and physical and mental challenges for the team to become involved in. And it was very clear that what he was looking for was you guys to be, he's not an idiot, though he may come off as one. He is smart enough to recognize that Poseidon is a potentially dangerous place. So he wants you to be looking out for them in ways that they would not be looking out for themselves. But he does want the situation to challenge the individuals on his team.
Sure. Yeah. So
he does want there to be, he's hoping that by and large, you guys will be able to feed yourselves through some sort of subsistence, hunting or fishing or whatever, but does want there to be reserves of food if need be. And this first night, of course, since you just arrived, you could easily be, the expectation is that you'd be cooking a meal for everyone, sort of their last meal before they have to become self-sufficient.
Yeah, so I'll set up automatic spit roaster or something for some of the canned meats and slide that on a spit and have that just It's camping in a bag, sort of.
Right, sure. And so you've got dinner cooking.
But
and-
definitely letting them struggle with the tents as much as possible, especially loving it up when Whitegate's trying to get him, maybe poking him maybe to get a little bit more involved, since he's probably watching more people set up his tent for him.
Yeah, it seems like Rip is doing most of that work, and it seems like Whitegate is doing sort of the arms crossed supervisory thing, walking from teammate to teammate as if he's trying to give them pep talks, but really what snatches of conversation you hear make it clear that his management style is aggressive, demanding, and kind of naturally condescending.
The best kind.
Yeah, right. Very effective.
Come on, Everett, get your hands dirty. As I say, as I'm walking back and forth, grabbing some dried firewoods.
He smiles and laughs. Ha! Yes, of course. Pitching right in, and he goes back over to
Not doing anything.
watch Rip continue to put up both of their tents. You do notice that Evie is sort of sitting in the midst of their camping gear, not really doing anything other than zoning out to whatever internet connection she's got going in her head. Maggie, how are you engaging with the setting up of camp?
I am mostly hands off. Because mostly what I'm doing is I'm a little bit more interested in setting up the boundaries of the camp. If someone does like someone litters or throws some of the packaging, off, I will basically like just come out of nowhere at them and tell them to pick up that plastic.
All right. So you do have a trio of somewhat older model commercial grade watchdogs, which are little sensor devices that you can stick in the sand or hang in a tree that are essentially the equivalent of a home security system, but for the bush. It has a broad spectrum visual sensors as well as motion detectors. So I'm curious how you want to set those up. I've only got 3, so you're going to end up with some kind of line or triangle.
I need to look at the map, so I can get an idea for what it'll look like. Is the map in the game schedule chat accurate? Or
it should be.
Okay. And where are we placed?
You'll notice there's a little dot that says camp on the western shore.
Yes, I see. Okay.
C2, the corner of C2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see it. All right. I think what is the schedule for activities going to be? Are they going on a hiking trail? Are they?
Well, it was only a general outline that you received. The first activity, supposedly for tomorrow morning, is it's not exactly a race, but it's an orienteering challenge. Where in teams of 2, they are to try and find the most direct and expeditious route to the island's high point.
Uh-oh.
Did we lose Ben?
Nope.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So that would be the 248 meter triangle.
Yep.
Okay. I guess then, can I see that? It's a very short kind of hill.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
each of these squares is just a kilometer.
Okay.
Anyway, so it's pretty low. It's more of a ridge line, an old worn.
How dense is the jungle? Does it have any kind of trail through it?
It's variable, but from where you're here on the edge of camp, so there's sand and then some palms and some thick undergrowth where the sun can get in. But then once you get a few meters back into the woods, it starts to get a little little less undergrowth because there's a lot less sunlight.
Okay. Now that I'm on the island, can I try to investigate for animal activity? So like game trails,
Sure, yeah, you can take
nests, tracks.
You could take a little recon around. I will say you guys also have an old remote, one that actually belongs to Dancer, one of your compatriots. She's not here, but you could certainly use it. It's a hover remote, and as long as you've got radio contact with it, you can control it. It does have some automated features and beyond a PA and some visual, different visual modes. It doesn't really do much else other than observe. It doesn't have any manipulating arms or anything like that.
Would that be more my skill set or Drew's?
It can be whoever. I think it depends on what you're trying to do with it, and really, anybody can use it pretty. If they're trying to do basic things with it, you can give it verbal instructions. You can
go take pictures of the whole island.
Yeah, you can play it.
Yeah.
You can play it. You can run it through your V, which is essentially your digital interface with all things electronic. So you can play it like a video game. You can fly it like a present-day drone. You can give it instructions to go do things like go take pictures of the island.
Yeah, I'm gonna have that if I can. Just do the beaches, see if there's any other camps that have popped up that would be an obvious sign of unanticipated danger, but just go check for other people that are on this uncharted island.
All right. So you send it off on just a circumnavigation of the island, essentially?
Yep.
Okay. It will probably take maybe an hour.
That's fine.
Okay. Not that it's so big. It's just that if it's trying to take pictures, it's going to want to go.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not super. I don't think this information is needed like yesterday.
Sure. So, Maggie, have you made a decision about where you want to put the watchdogs?
Yeah, I think so. So I'd like to put a watchdog in one facing the entirety of our camp. So if we're all if all the tents are close enough together, that they could be caught in one camera, that would be great. Or if I can get most of them on camera, that would be good. So one there. I think for the others, I need to think about where to move. I need to kind of explore the island a little bit more.
Okay.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to trek over to the highest point of the island.
Okay. So you start hiking up into the woods.
Yeah.
All right.
And again, what do I see any kind of evidence of animals?
You're almost right away going to start to find game trails and movement paths for different animals. None of it looks to be human-created trails. It looks to be following the natural topography and behavior of the wildlife.
Maggie just went off in the jungle on her own.
Yeah, appears to be.
And that was the last we ever saw her. Right?
It's fine.
I'll ping her on the V occasionally. Like, hey, still alive?
Yeah, still here.
No.
I will assume, unless you tell me otherwise, that you have the equivalent of Find My Friends, so you can track each other. You're essentially line of sight with your communications, unless you're going through the uplink on the boat, and then you have satellite link, so you can then be communicating. As long as each of you has line of sight to the boat, you can be communicating even with home if need be. But without the boat, you only have line of sight communications.
Just friendly coworker banter. I'll be like, yeah, just try not to get yourself lost, before we start the trip.
No, I know. I just need to check everything.
I'm going to assume, unless you tell me otherwise, that the Last Chance, this is your hydrofoil, is anchored about 100 meters offshore in a fairly shallow, somewhat protected little bay. But you are on the windward shore of the island, so you're well protected from that. And right now, I believe nobody is on board, correct?
Right. No one's on board.
Correct. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The game master asks ominously.
Yeah.
As it explodes.
Oop.
Right. So, are you watching the footage real time as the remote goes around the island, or are you just going to check it out once it gets back?
I'm just gonna check it out once it gets back.
Okay.
I'm making a big show of this whole tent thing.
Okay. Well, like I said, Evie doesn't seem to be really bothering to put their.
I will just say it's gonna get cold. I need zero response, right?
She looks at. They look at you like, kind of like a sarcastic. They don't know you well enough to be full on eye roll yet, but they say, Comcore Metwatch says it's not going to get really any colder than it is right now, and I'm sweating through my clothes, so I'm not too worried about it.
All right. Well, as long as you have information, knowledge.
You do know the biting insects will get very bad when the sun goes down.
Hey, if they're only checking the weather and telling me that's the information that they need to know, that's fine.
Okay.
I think I have a family, so it's gonna kind of pull on my heartstrings a little bit to see a kid, potentially hurting themselves. Just grumble and walk over there like, hey, still got internet out here? I thought we were far enough away.
They are, except that they're currently linked through the satellite uplink on the boat.
Okay.
So if you were to shut that off, then unless they have their own satellite uplink, which this
I'll ask.
kid is super wealthy.
You got your own satellite uplink?
Possible.
Nice. Yeah, there's insects and crap in the jungle. So, did someone tell you how to set up the tent? You know what you're doing.
I watched a video.
Okay.
Like, here's a hologram. Like, how it's pretty easy.
Show me. Prove it.
Oh. Let's see how they respond to that. You get their goat, actually.
Nice.
And there's apparently the sense that they are you're accusing them of not being competent, and that seems to be a nerve with this kid.
Okay.
They begin digging through their tent and actually trying to set it up. Clearly not as easy as the hologram described it.
Yeah, I'll just like when I see them about to put something in, like a hook and a loop where it's just not going to work out in the correct order. Like, oh yeah, probably want to straighten that out there. Here,
I got it. Come on.
Nope. Okay. But yeah, I'm just gonna make sure that their tent gets set up without a lot of trouble. Just kind of observing.
Okay. And you can always check it afterwards when they get it up. Maggie, I need some sort of orienteering, maybe a survival training, or
yes,
Frontier.
Survival training and Poseidon Frontier. Yes, I think that would be a perfect skill set.
Yeah, because finding your way through the jungle to the hilltop, it's easy when you're looking at the map. Less easy when you're actually on the ground.
Yep. I don't know. I guess I have enhanced climbing ability because of the gorilla DNA.
Well,
maybe.
I don't know about the climbing, but you're certainly strong and you're fit. This is more of a scramble than a climb.
Sure.
But you do have your V, and you can track your position on the map of the island, and at least know that you're heading in the right direction.
Okay.
But generally, you're trying to avoid getting stung by something or being ambushed by a predator. So go ahead and give me a list here.
Okay. So I'll roll survival training in Poseidon Frontier, and I guess would aware be the attribute? Okay. So I also rolled a 1 and 5.
And what was your target number? Was a 3, 4, right? 5. Your target number was a 5. Okay, so you made it by 4. Not quite a critical success, but a good one. You stop before you realize that you're stopping, right? Your instincts click in, and you pause on the edge of, I wouldn't call it a clearing, but a bearish spot on the forest floor.
Okay.
It's mostly sandy and covered with a bunch of kind of ropey, thin, spiky vines. And you realize that you almost stepped into the kill zone of a carniflora plant. It's a common genera of carnivorous plants that use what's the word? It's not geotaxis or phototaxis, but it's the pisiotaxis, where like you touch a plant and it moves, like the
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
These vines lay out in a network across the ground surrounding the plant, and if an animal stumbles into it, the little vines wiggle around and inject it with a neurotoxin that paralyzes it, and then it dies and essentially fertilizes the plant. And you can see, now that you're looking, that you can see a bundle of vines wrapped around some small animal that is kind of cocooned up, and it's clearly half digested. And it's easy enough to avoid. And if you know what you're looking for, they're obvious. So you kind of step around the perimeter and continue your way up to the ridge top. When you get there, what do you want to do?
What I would like to do is I just like to do also do another kind of awareness check to view over everything. Are there any obvious? Because like this is the highest point. Do I have any? So do I have a fair enough like full view of the islands? I mean,
Yeah,
probably like
as much as you can't see through the canopy.
right, of
But
course.
you do have a wide view. You don't see any obvious structures. You don't see smoke or movement that's not birds or insects. Go ahead and give me a forward recon test.
Okay.
And you get a +2 because I'm assuming either you're using the scope on your rifle or
Right.
you are using binoculars.
Okay. So the +2 adds to the target number, right?
Bonuses and penalties always address the target number.
Okay. So yeah. So with my awareness, it's 2. So that would be
an 8.
An 8. Okay.
8 total, and then you roll 2 dice.
I rolled a 3 and a 10.
Okay. So you made it by 5. And you can choose a narrative benefit or a +2 forward.
I would like a narrative benefit.
Okay. You see beautiful, uninhabited, pristine tropical island. There are avian analogs everywhere, bright, colorful flocks moving amongst the tops of the trees. There's clouds of insects around. There's an occasional hoot of something bigger and more terrestrial down in the forest. And as you're scanning around, just out of soldierly habit, you click through a couple different spectra on your binoculars. And while in the IR, of course, everything is bright and hot, except for an odd little square down in the southern end of the island.
Okay. Do I have an idea of what that might be? Or am I not?
Well, what you can tell as your narrative benefit is that it is essentially non-reflective. You only see it in IR. In any other spectrum or with your naked eye, it just looks like forest canopy. But it seems to be not reflecting any kind of heat or light. Or not reflecting IR. It would be reflecting other light.
Does that seem like could I roll GEO military? Does that sound like or forward recon? Does that sound like a camouflage?
I would say you don't even need to roll it. That'd be familiar enough that there are camouflage techniques and materials that block IR.
Okay. So I'm going to can I try to radio my colleagues?
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys. Oh yeah, there's a carniflora plant. I put a little, pin on the map for
Okay.
where exactly that thing was. Don't have anyone step into it.
Yeah, that'll be fun to teach the executives tomorrow. We can make them almost run into it and then disable it from a distance, show them, really scare the pants off.
No. We're not going to disable it. It's a natural feature of the environment. We're supposed to leave no trace. We will show them it.
Well, at least teach them how to.
Yeah.
How to
Teach them how to recognize it.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a bad sign because, if there's one, there's more. And I kind of am a little bit more. Oh man, I thought this would be an easy job. And also there is a. So I'm up at the top of the highest point, and there looks to be a camouflaged. Something has been artificially camouflaged.
Send coordinates.
Yeah, I send the coordinates.
How
It's blocking. It's reflecting IR. Infrared.
Right. Is there anything reviewing the remote footage in that area?
Yeah, we'll assume that you went counterclockwise with your remote, and it's well past that point by now. But if you go back to those grid coordinates, and flick through the spectra, you'll notice the same thing.
Okay.
But you have a much closer and better view.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and let's see what skill set you might want to use. You could use
fishing.
How about geomilitary, or you could use. Trying to think of something that you would use to sort of analyze or review this remote sensing data. Military is probably most appropriate. Yeah, I think Jumpcraft Pilot. We'll say Jumpcraft Pilot at -2.
Okay, fair enough.
Because you're used to using remote sensing data as a pilot. It's just that this is through a Dolphin's remote, so it's not quite as familiar.
Right, yeah. Dancer didn't leave the tutorial with this.
You could download.
Dancer just had to go on vacation. Today was their vacation day. Nothing was gonna stop her from doing that. Couldn't help us out with this crappy job.
So I would say observant. Maybe?
I was gonna go for resourceful since it's not since I'm not familiar with this tool.
So 7 with 3 dice.
Yep.
But -2. So
yeah, 5.
So
5.
Was there any helping mechanics in this game?
I rolled a 1.
If you have an appropriate attribute or appropriate skill you want to roll, if you're successful, you can give a +2 to the other person, assuming it is narratively appropriate. But you rolled a 1, which gave you, it's made it by 4, so it's not a critical success, but close. So you have some closer images of it, and you start looking closely at those. Mm-hmm. You could bring the remote back if you want more detail, but you will clearly...
Yeah, I'll go ahead and call it back. I think it's found what I thought might be a weird thing. So
okay, it is clearly some sort of camp. You can see some tents made of either they are made of camouflage material or they have been camouflaged over.
Okay.
There is the rectangle of camouflage seems to be military grade camouflage that's being used improperly.
Oh, good.
So that it's maybe been put upside down. So that absorbing the IR
Great
on the
sign.
other side, it's doing the exact opposite of what it's supposed to be doing. Yep. And you think you see maybe some kind of vehicle.
Okay.
But it's under the camouflage netting, and so you're not entirely clear, at least with the images that you have.
Okay. Well, there's maybe 4 types of people it could be. Could be incompetent incorporates, but we've got those. Could be Digger's friends, or could be Gendiver. Could be Maggie's friends. I feel like those are, on the off chance. I feel like it's more of the first 2 groups or a criminal element. So I guess that puts our choices up to 5 different
That's
groups.
middle of nowhere for sure.
Yeah, there's no reason for anybody to be here unless they're getting paid.
Or they know something we don't,
Or they're digging for
which
something.
is likely.
Yeah, or they're digging for something.
Buried treasure.
But we could just yeah, go talk to them.
Well, I guess just avoid them.
Avoid them.
Are you going to bring the remote back?
Yeah, I'm bringing the remote back.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not keep that remote within.
I'm reeling it in.
Oh, you're not bringing it back to the camp. You're bringing it back to you. Sorry, you're not bringing it back to the parent camp.
Yes, I'm bringing it back to the parent camp. To where I am.
To where you are. Okay, so you're not going to go back for more pictures.
No. If Dancer gets this drone destroyed, if we gotta pay to replace it, if they shoot it down, that's a whole lot of trouble. I don't want to hurt them.
Yeah. No, I don't think we need more pictures at this point.
Okay. All right. So at some point after the sun has finished setting, you find yourselves back at camp. Again, paper plates in hand, going through the beans and the partly stale bread and whatever else Digger had put together. Maybe some fish stew.
It's like dried fish, canned anchovies, and
maybe you guys splurged and pulled out some beers and passed those around.
Yes.
But at some point, it's clear that Everett is looking to speak to his team, and he stands around the obligatory sort of driftwood campfire that you guys have lit, and kind of clears his throat and makes sure that everyone's paying attention.
Is Mr. Mr. Rip paying attention?
He is. He's standing nearby. He's looking out into the darkness as much as he's looking.
Okay. I would like to make some excuse to go talk to him and let him know about what we found.
Okay. So hold that thought.
Yep. Holding.
Well, we're here finally, and this is our chance. This is our chance to prove that we can be even a stronger team than we already are. We can achieve things together that we could not even imagine, that we can create a new perspective and a new appreciation for what it is that we have and what we can do with it. And by putting our lives on the line in these wilds, I truly believe we will come to appreciate each other better and appreciate the team better. To that end, it's important that we focus only on the team, we focus only on each other, and we focus only on surviving. And so I am instructing each of you to surrender your electronics so that we know that all of our focus is here and that we have each other's backs with all of our attention. So Mr. Rip, if you please, and you see Mr. Rip, he's been holding an object and he holds it up now and unrolls it. You guys know what a dry bag looks like?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It looks kind of like a dry bag, but it's a little translucent. There's like fibers that run through it. And there's a little digital lock on it. And those of you with any electronics or mechanics might actually recognize a Faraday bag.
Oh, geez.
And so Rip holds it out, opens it up, and you hear kind of a ripple of like surprise and almost protest amongst the other people. A couple of like groans, like, oh God, not this guy. Not that. But nobody outwardly protests. In fact, Moore comes right up enthusiastically and drops his into the bag. And everyone else kind of does so somewhat reluctantly. Evie, they are clearly not interested and not going to do it. And they get into a little tiff, arguing back and forth until they finally kind of, fine, whatever, Dad. And she throws it into the thing and goes off to her tent. And it's not a very good storming out because there's no door to slam. And it takes them a minute to like figure out how to unzip the tent. So it loses some of its sort of protest value.
Very low protest value.
Yeah. And then Rip seals up the bag. They pointedly do not collect any electronics from you guys. Like I said, he's not an idiot. He knows that survivability is important, and you guys need to be able to communicate if that's going to be supported.
I'm going to whisper over to Maggie. So, how are we going to track these guys if any of them get lost in the jungle tomorrow?
I mean, we don't have an RFID. We don't have a way to place RFID tags on them. Especially not now because they took all their fucking electronics.
Yeah, we have to jump into the satellite on the boat and track their satellite.
Yeah.
Tag on their phone. RFID would only work up close. We'd have to probably could rig something up, but it's not going to be pretty. It's only going to be accurate within a mile, which this island is.
So, Mr. Latimer.
Yeah. So, Mr. Rip, I'm gonna wait. He doesn't have his link on. He's not.
He does not. No.
Okay. Well, things never go exactly as planned.
I was very against this plan. I protested, but unfortunately, I don't have the authority here. I realize this is compromises security and it makes your job more difficult. Apologize for that, but
no worries.
It is what it is.
It's probably going to get a little bit more difficult, and you seem to, I don't know how to tie your shoelaces, so I thought I'd tell you. There's an unknown element on this island. We're going to do our best to keep you well away from it while still accomplishing...
And he's like, what do you mean unknown element?
I
mean, you could drop into like military speak if you want, and he's going to give him a briefing if you want.
Yeah. I tell him what we found: the improperly used camouflage vehicles. We cut our recon short, but it looks like there's a unknown third party on this island. Yeah, and so if you know anything about it, you should tell us. Otherwise, could get real complicated. But otherwise, we can just work in concert to keep everybody away from that section while also being mindful that shit could happen.
Okay, he asks for you to show him, like on your V, what?
Yep, I show him.
Okay. So I appreciate the information, and I'm going to need you to keep me updated if anything develops.
Yeah, we'll do.
What about that remote? Are you going to keep it in the air?
Well, we've called it back.
It's back by now, certainly.
Okay, yeah. So it's back here. We might need it later. Might send it out in the morning just to monitor if the position of the objects has changed. Yeah, but we know if it's spotted, then we're essentially spotted as well. So
okay. Maggie, did you finalize where you're going to put those two other watchdogs?
Yes. I think. Well. So for one, I definitely.
Question. This might help Maggie out too. Where was the object? In terms of the island, north side, south side.
It's in F5.
It's the other square there.
About a half a click up. I think there's a little square on your map I've already put on there.
Yeah, I can see it. Okay. I think I think it would be best if I move forward toward the camp to investigate it.
Towards the unknown camp?
Yeah, towards the unknown camp.
Maggie, what are you doing? It's sunset. You're gonna go through the jungle alone. Quarter of two clicks all the way over there to the camp and investigate it in the middle of the night.
Well,
Yeah, it's about a 5 kilometer or 6 kilometer round trip.
Okay.
If you go straight, going on the beach, it's going to be even longer.
Fair enough.
What if we just send the drone out every couple hours, And if
Yeah.
anything changes, it'll let us know.
Okay. That's fair. I think what I will also like to do is I like to scout around the border of our camp, and is there a path of least resistance from the direction of the unknown camp towards ours? I guess the beach would obviously be it, unless there's
yeah, the beach would be the easiest route, but
Yeah.
one of the longer routes, and of course the
Right.
water too. I mean, if someone's got a boat or wants to otherwise come over the surface of the water.
Oh, good.
You're pretty open. I mean, you're camped on the beach. Pretty good
Mhm.
sight lines, probably for 100 meters in any direction.
Okay. All right. I think yeah, so I think I'll with that with the beach, I think I'll place one of the cameras over by I see that there's this little this little area where the beach is a little shorter just south of our camp.
Mm-hmm.
And the tree line is kind of thicker, so I think I'll put it at that put the camera up at that border.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure. All right. So one by one, after a fairly long day in the boat and on a day on the island, people are bored without their electronics. It's dark without the sun. Some of them may be into it. Others may just be frustrated by it. But one by one, they fairly early go off to their tents for the night.
This is kind of a weird request, but can I go back to the boat and hop on some online insurgent sympathizer forums? Just because Drew said it and he's sticking me off. He's like, he probably knows him. So
yeah, I probably do.
I have everyone as a specialty. I have insurgent sympathizer as a specialty at 3D10.
You don't have to go. You don't have to go back to the boat if you don't want to, because you can just use your V and connect through the satellite link. But you can go back to the boat if you want. You guys do have a smart materials skiff, a little electric runabout that'll hold like 4 or 5 people that you used to shuttle back and forth to the boat. Though you could swim if you wanted to. So are you going to go to the boat, or are you going to sit in your tent and?
Yeah, I'll just check out for my tent from my V. And with knows everyone and observant, I'm going to see if there's any whisperings about we got to reclaim this island for some reason. Like who would want to be on this island?
Okay, so you want to do some deep searching.
I could either use knows everyone, contact a friend, or I could use insurgent sympathizer and only track down that angle. Both are pretty much about the same.
I would use sympathizer, because if you do have any knowledge of places on the internet to go, that would be likely where they came from.
Okay, so I've got a 2 target in that and a 2 in observant, so my total is 4 on 3. And I got 3.
Okay.
Oh boy.
By 1.
You're not able to find anything in a sort of a public sense where it would be available to anyone that knew where to look, but you do contact a guy by the name of Tiny back in Harmony, and I don't know if you want to send him a text or actually make a call. It's up to you.
I'll send him a text first to hey you up.
He responds some short time later. Hey Diggs, what you need?
I'm on an island and fingers too fat. Hang on. I'll just call him. Just start texting him. Hey man.
Okay. Hey. Digby.
Yeah.
I know see you in a long time, huh?
Yeah.
What you up to, brother?
I got a job. Okay.
you working? Oh, you don't work. Tell me again, you working? No way.
I'm making more money than you, buddy.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm moving up now.
Oh, yeah. What you doing?
Well, I can't be telling you that over open line, right? No.
All right. So contact me the way that you used to. I got still got the boat.
The way we used to, man. You come over and we play some dominoes and we drink. That's how we used to talk. Now you're too busy for old Tiny. Now, Tiny is actually tiny. It's not ironic. This
Okay.
guy is one of the smallest adults you've ever known. But he is mean. He's mean and not mean like just unfriendly. Like he's a mid-level manager in the New Gaia Collective, in sort of the organized crime branch of the organization. It's one of these organizations that has lots of disparate features. They're not. It's not entirely integrated or well organized, and people claim its title and name for lots of different things.
Interesting.
And he is definitely in the organized crime element of it. And you knew each other since you were kids, and he's clearly ambitious. And he is just mean and ruthless in the way he manages his business interests. But other than that, he's kind of a charming guy, and you can't help but like him.
Yeah. I mean, you'd always catch me cheating at dominoes, and I was never able to catch you cheating. So,
you know me, I don't cheat. I don't get caught.
That second one. Speaking of not getting caught, I'm on an island out here. It's about that by this coordinate, and just want to know if how safe it is. It doesn't seem to be as safe as we thought it was. Wanted to know if you thought it was safe to be out here on this island right now.
So you out on the island, they're always unsafe, man. There'll be monsters out there that eat your whole boat. What do you mean unsafe? How am I supposed to know?
No, not that you would know. Just if you got a feeling about.
Are you asking? Is it safe from wildlife, or is it safe from something else going on? Something that
Wildlife I can handle. It's the people I don't like. Other people.
So you think I know where all the bad people are? I see. Okay, I'll let you know.
Okay.
And
Let's just say I owe you one, buddy.
Oh, you owe me more than one, yeah?
His connection's cutting out. I'm going through a tunnel.
Okay. He laughs, and then he too cuts out. Doesn't hang up. You get an indication signal lost.
Doot, doot, doot. Crap. Maggie, you up? Maggie, kick your sleeping bag.
Can you hear me? What?
Dang, lost signal. You think that other group's got some jammers? How would we be able to figure that out?
Check other devices. Check our.
You can call Drew. Seem to be able to connect through to Drew.
Yes, I'd like to call
Seems
Drew.
Your connection to the boat has died. Maggie, your V goes off with a warning from one of the watchdogs.
Okay.
It's detected movement of a large enough object that it has triggered the thresholds that you set.
Okay. And that's coming from the beach.
It's coming from the beach, yeah. Not the one to the south, but the one that was aimed sort of overlooking the camp from the forest edge.
Oh, okay,
the
sure.
first one that you planted.
Can I pull up that video to see what it is, or?
Or
is it just?
You can see you can see real time now. These aren't recording.
They're like game camera, so.
Well, they're a camera, and I guess the question is, if you had set that to record to your V, you could back up the footage and see.
Oh, okay. Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay. You don't see the entirety of whatever it is because of the angle that the camera's looking at. It's got a kind of a fisheye 360 lens, but but the bottom edge is distorted, and you can't see right below itself because that's how it's propped up. It's on a little post, but something large kind of moves past the camera, and you realize it's right next to it, and then it knocks it over. So now it's looking down. Half of the field of view is in the sand, in the dark sand, and you get a lot of night sky, and then you see more of the shadow sort of pass by, and it looks sort of spiny and exoskeleton-y.
Okay, so it seems like it is not human or some kind of animal, or at least not apparently.
And at least 1 meter across.
Okay, that's pretty big. Okay, so something's coming into the camp.
Drew, we got giant crabs or some shit.
Giant crabs. What?
Lunch.
What? I'm awake.
Just a guess.
I reach for my sidearm. Is it still at my side?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's not wait for it to get here. Let's roll out the red carpet.
Okay, so you guys climb out of your tents. You find Mr. Rip, who clearly had been sort of posted up, guarding. He is.
I hope they pack some coffee for this man.
He's doesn't seem to be aware of what's going on, but comes up to you when he sees you guys coming out of your tent. What's going
on? You're still a bodyguard, so don't come with us. But we have a thing that we're going to go check out. Might be related to that thing we talked about earlier.
Something not good for our camera.
Should I get it back to the boat? This seems pretty vague.
Back to the boat.
Need a little more data to respond to here.
Yeah, so do we. So,
well, I'll let him come with you.
I can't stop you. All I can say is no one's going to be guarding your boss if you come with us.
Yes, please stay with the camp.
He looks at you, draws a sidearm, and says, "Well, we'll decide that once we figure out what's going on."
So, right. My character.
I'm not going to fight him.
This thing is less than the watchdog was less than 100 meters away. So
okay. So it is, all right, cool, Mr. Rip. We got to run.
Great.
I'm looking at my character sheet. I only have a diving knife on me.
Yeah, you can assume that you're well prepared for a camping trip.
Yeah.
A guiding trip, and that's why I didn't make an exhaustive list, because unless it's something very strange that you would be requesting, it would make sense that whatever guides would have on their boat, you have access to.
Okay, would I have
a pistol or a rifle? It's not unlikely that you would have the equivalent of a hunting rifle.
Okay, I'll request a hunting rifle, and if it's not too much, a bow and arrow, since I'm a hunter outdoorsman.
Sure.
Okay.
Do you want like a high-end like plastic crossbow, or do you want just sort of maybe a historically made like laminated recurve or something?
Yeah, it's a compound bow for sure. It's got a couple of fiberglass arrows, and it's got it's definitely out of date, but it's got some reinforced maybe specialized metal tips. Okay.
All right. So you grab a few items, throw your shoes on. I've always figured Digger was a bit of a flip-flop wearing like Hawaiian shirt kind of guy, but you can dress him however you want. And then you guys go trudging up the beach. Who's on point?
I'm definitely lagging behind.
Yeah, Maggie, totally.
Okay. All right, so Maggie,
I have the heavy pistol out.
And I will be behind Mr. Rip, because now he is going to need protecting.
Okay, he's tailing behind Maggie and kind of trudging up the beach, not unlike an accidental like SWAT team going into a building where they're all like lined up behind each other. You approach the watchdog, and you see it's knocked over in the sand, and there are irregular marks. Not irregular. There's a pattern of marks in the sand that implies some kind of multi-legged thing has walked past, perhaps more than one because of the density of marks.
Do they lead into and do the marks lead into another direction, or do they just go back into the jungle?
It seems like it came up from the water and then turned at the jungle edge and is heading back towards the camp a little bit, not directly towards the camp, but along the forest edge until in the direction that you would go if you were trying to trace the forest back to camp.
Okay, well, it seems like some kind of animal.
Crabs.
Yeah, I mean, does this sound like an animal that we would know of as
anyone
game wardens?
with let's see, Digger, you could make an outdoorsman. Anybody could make a guide. I think Maggie
Fishing.
Fishing would actually work. Maybe at a -2. I would say, Drew, you could do Poseidon Frontier.
Oh, no, I'm totally doing fishing.
Or guide.
The -2.
Maggie, you could do also do
warden
or even predator behavior.
Oh, okay, predator behavior, yes.
Outdoorsman or hunter?
I think hunter would actually work because these are often hunted.
Okay. I'll do hunter and observant.
You can do fishing and observant.
Well, I fucked up.
So 4. I needed 2. I did not get it. I got a special fail.
Oh no.
Okay. All right.
I did too.
So a -2 or narrative. You are.
I would love a narrative fail.
Yeah, you were looking at these tracks, and you are afraid that they belong to what's colloquially known as a land lizard.
Oh,
which
damn.
are very dangerous terrestrial predators, and they're hard to kill because of a thick and dense skull and just a heavily scaled hide. And they're pretty fast. I mean, think crocodile, but more agile.
Okay.
And if there's one on this island, a large one on this island, then it's considerably more dangerous than you anticipated.
Gotta go back to camp and protect those soft bastards. We got a land lizard.
I think, Digger, did you make yours?
Yeah, I got a 4 out of 6, and I think we lost Ben.
Oh yeah.
No.
The connection to the boat's been cut. It's too real.
Oh no.
Digger, you recognize the tracks of what are known as digger crabs. In fact, that's kind of your name. It's kind of your namesake. They are very large, crab-like, exoskeleton, multi-jointed limb, arthropod analogs that spend their daytime buried in the sand along the water's edge, and then come out at night to mostly scavenge. But they will absolutely, if someone was asleep or passed out drunk or otherwise immobile, they would, eat a person or a live animal that they could. They're not very fast, but if they could somehow catch the thing or pin the thing down, one-on-one, they're not very dangerous. You can generally outmaneuver them.
You scare them away pretty easily.
But if there's a few of them and you're not paying attention, they can do some harm. They do have strong enough pinchers that if they catch you unaware, they could pinch off a hand even, or a foot if they got a hold of you.
All right, Drew. There's no tail here. Look,
So there's at least one of them, if not more.
I'm already running. It's too late.
Okay. Drew and I'll say Maggie take off back towards camp. Rip is confused, sees them start running, so he runs after them, and you're left standing here on the track, knowing what these things are.
Has it gone back off to camp, or has it gone back off into the ridge?
Are you going to follow the tracks?
Where the tracks appear to be going?
They parallel the edge of the forest, and then they sort of peel down towards camp. So it looks like they're making a loop down towards the tents.
All right, I limp back over there with my bum knee.
Okay. Drew, when you get to camp, what do you do?
Do I wake everybody up? I get some more light.
Okay. So you activate some electric lanterns.
Yeah.
It bathes the beach in a kind of a strange, stark shadow and illumination because it's not high enough to be like a street light, and so each of the tents cast a dark shadow and kind of a radiating
Yeah.
around the circle of light, which at least initially is reassuring, but then is less so because there's too many shadows to hide in.
Yeah. So now that I've got the area bathed in as much light as I can, I'm just gun drawn, waiting for this lizard thing to show up.
Okay, Rip is like, "What's going on? What do you got? Why are we back here? What are you looking for?"
So I'm pretty sure what we've got here is a land lizard. They're mighty cantankerous, tough to kill on account of their thick lizard skin. So just making light to make our job of shooting its eyeballs out easier.
Okay, he has gun out and he's trying to take a sort of firing lane, assuming that you're covering that direction. He's covering another direction.
Yeah.
Maggie, you guys are convinced this land lizard is coming into camp, and you're sort of trying to figure out what direction it might be coming from. Digger, you quickly catch up with the crabs, and they are digging through the sand and kind of basically doing their thing. They're scrounging across the beach looking for something to eat, and they're closing with the camp. Whether it's because they smelled something or taste something in the sand, or whether it's just in their way, you don't know. But there are 3 of them. So you've got 3. Their shells are about 1 meter across, so their legs stick out probably another half meter on either side. They're really low slung, so they're kind of dragging their bellies on the sand. Like I said, unless they catch you unaware or get a hold of a limb with their big multiple pinchers up front, they're not super dangerous and can generally be driven off or killed. They are quite tasty, actually. The natives hunt them frequently for food.
Okay. First, since there's 3 of them, there's just one of me right now.
Mm-hmm.
How far away am I from the enemies?
You just catch up with them. I mean, they're scuttling away down the beach front, and so you can be as close as you want.
Okay.
Camp is maybe 30 meters away.
30. All right,
and there's bright light now shining from camp.
Do they seem to be attracted to it? I'll watch
They don't seem to be moving any more deliberately than before the light came on. Okay. But they are moving in that direction. I'll
get back on my V.
Moving back and forth, covering as much ground as they can.
Maggie, Drew, the crabs are here. There's 3 of them, and there's 3 of us. We should just be able to smack them.
Can you get through to us?
Can we like ward them off though? Like we don't need to kill them if we don't have to.
But we can eat them. But no, do we still have our V links?
Your Vs are now communicating directly with each other, line of sight.
Okay. Now we have line of sight. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. They're crabs. What? I thought lizards.
No, Tail. Help me smack these guys away back to the ridge.
Okay.
Get a stick or something.
Can we just shoot him? Oh wait, no. We don't want to shoot him. Do
these crabs like respond to like how intelligent are they or how social? Do they respond to like
very crab-like, and they're not. I wouldn't know if I'd call them social, but they do sort of a cooperative. There's an ecological phenomenon where organisms that sort of forage together can find concentrations of food more efficiently, and even though they end up having to share it, they then tend to have a higher caloric intake as a result. So they kind of sweep the beach back and forth in these patterns in small groups. Okay. That's what we're doing now.
Could I roll predator behavior to basically do like a territorial, like kind of mimic in the same way an animal like that protects its territory to like an invading predator?
Just try to scare them off.
Yeah, try to just intimidate them and scare them away.
Yeah,
I want to look for a harpoon.
You definitely have some on the boat. I'm not sure. What are the chances you brought them ashore?
Maybe one in the skiff.
Okay. There's certainly a boat hook in the skiff.
Yeah. That'll work.
Yeah. Okay. So you grab a boat hook.
And I tell Mr. Big, you probably won't need your gun.
Okay. So I'll use intimidating for my attribute.
Okay.
And with predator behavior. So I have a 6, 8, and a 1.
All right. And what was your target?
So my intimidating is 4.
So you had a 7 and you rolled a 1. So you made it by 5. You got a narrative benefit or a +2 forward?
Can I do narrative benefit to scare the crabs away?
So I imagine you grab something out of camp. Tell me what it is. Is it like some spices from the cook kit? Is it a fire extinguisher? Is it some sort of like cleaning agent? Is it a flare?
I kind of like flare actually. I'll light the flare, and I'll also like go a little bit more into kind of silverback gorilla.
Okay.
There's a lot of like hollering and like pounding on the ground a bit.
Okay, so it's one of those handheld flares. You pop the top and it starts sparking red, and you're waving it around and stomping on the ground, and it's that heavy vibration and the noise that sort of seems to get their attention. But as you jab at them with the flare, the heat and sparks seem to deter them, convince them that it's not food that's making that noise,
right?
That it's something that they'd rather not mess with. And you don't really drive them away; they don't go fleeing off. They're not very fast. But what you do is you sort of push them around camp, kind of herd them like some cattle around camp, and they get back down to the water's edge, and they kind of head off down heading south, continuing on as if they're still searching for something to eat.
Okay, well.
By the time you get back to camp, though, all the hooting and hollering and the flare and all that has woken up most of the campers, and they're all either sticking their head out of their tent or standing kind of sleepy-eyed around the remains of the campfire, wondering what the hell's going on. And Rip is trying to calm them down. They see him with his gun out. They hear the yelling. Some of them go back to sleep. A couple of them stay up a little while and talk.
I'm gonna go fix the camera that the crabs knocked off.
Generally frustrated, but otherwise, I guess content to go back to bed.
Hey, Maggie. Good job, by the way.
Yeah, thanks.
There's signal to the boat got cut just before the crabs knocked over the camera. Now the crab knocking over the camera would not have cut the signal to the boat.
Right.
Can you watch my back? I'm gonna go see what happened. Try to fix it.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Yeah, just message. Drew, hey, after you fix that camera, Drew, Maggie and I are on the boat. Something cut our connection.
Yeah, no, that's not good.
Could have been one of those lizard men, maybe. I think.
Ha 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 ha! Until I'm right. But yeah, no, seriously, you should probably go see if the battery died or whatever happened out there.
Very funny until someone gets eaten by a land lizard.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you're going to swim out or are you going to take the skiff?
Can Maggie swim too?
Yeah, Maggie can swim.
Yeah. Swim out.
How far of
Oh, are you both going together?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably, I mean, given that it's nighttime and 100 meters, it's probably better to take the skiff.
Yes.
Is it quiet?
Oh, yeah, it's electric. It barely makes any noise at all.
Great. Yeah, perfect. I don't want to.
We're going to have to use the light to see everything, though.
Yeah, it's actually a smart material. So when you deactivate it, it just rolls up into something that's the size and shape of like a 55-gallon drum.
Sweet.
Nice.
Maybe a little smaller than that, but it's give it a little electric current, and it rolls out into a pretty durable little skiff, and the motor's integrated, and the batteries are solar powered, so it can charge slowly over time, and then it's got a pretty good range, and it's not fast, but it's faster than swimming.
Okay, yep, let's take it out.
You motor out to the boat, out to the Last Chance, and you get on board. So it's a hydrofoil. If you don't know what a hydrofoil is, it looks like a boat, except that when it gets up to speed, it comes up onto these little sponsons, these little skis kind of, that ride right below the surface. And it makes the boat much faster because there's almost no drag. And it's powered by MHD drives. So like the Caterpillar drives in Hunt for Red October, they've been perfected, and most watercraft use those. So the boat is at anchor quietly. It's dark. In fact, it's a little too dark. You realize that any of the typical the mooring light, the little indicator lights that are on any of the electronics that are integrated with the boat all seem to be out.
Let's take the skiff. I'm kind of whispering at this point. Let's take the skiff, do a once over around the boat from a distance, see if there's anyone on board.
It is shadowy, but you see no movement.
Remotely, I try to turn on all the lights on the boat.
You have no connection to the boat. So when you would otherwise log in through your V to control the boat, do whatever, it's just there's no query signal. It's as if the Wi-Fi's out.
Well, either something happens to the boat, fuse blew or something, or is there any evidence of there's not like another boat, like another skiff tied to it?
You didn't see one before when it was light out, and you don't see one now as you're circling around.
Is there a point on the boat where someone is there like a ladder or something?
There's a little water deck in the back where you can just pull the skiff up to and step out.
Okay. Well, I'm looking for a place that someone who, say, swum their way out here.
Right.
That'd be the most obvious place to get on.
That would be it.
Yeah, a muddy boot print or something like that. Yeah.
Not at all.
Nope. Probably washed off in the water. All right. So we climb aboard and let's just sweep it real quick, and then I'll go to where the fuse box is.
You sweep it stern to bow and find nothing amiss. I mean, there's no. I mean, in terms of people, other than the fact that nothing seems to be powered up. Someone give me, probably Digger, since you are the mechanic. Give me mechanic, or even boat right if you want.
I've got hydrofoil as well.
Yeah, that's more specifically for the operation of it as a hydrofoil. I don't think this is necessarily.
So
mechanic's probably your best.
Yeah, I'll do either mechanic or boat right. You said.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll do boat right at with precise actually, because I want to figure out exactly what went wrong.
All right.
So that's a 6 target on 2, and I got a 3. That's 6.
Okay. You quickly realize that anything that is integrated with the boat's computer control system is out. Anything that isn't, that has its own power source or is a separate device, or has power access, but is not power access from the boat, but is not actually controlled by the computer, seems to be functional.
Okay, let's check out the main computer.
All right, you access it. It's on. It has power. You essentially, I guess it looks like a computer that is connected to power but has been turned off.
Okay. It's connected to the power, but it's been turned off.
That's what it appears like. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna look for
it's almost been rebooted.
Oh. So it's got power to it. It's just been in like a standby login mode.
Yeah, and when you check that out, you realize that it appears as though the only thing going on is the firmware. It's as if the software system, the operating system for the boat is gone.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna look for before I touch it, and find that out. I'm looking around for evidence, looking around for did someone rig this thing? Who touched it?
Give me a infrastructure test.
Sure.
And I'm going to say this is
observant, probably.
Observant, but at -2 because it's subtle.
Okay. So this total get is a 3 on 1 dice, and I failed by 2.
Okay. Yeah, you're not able to find anything that's amiss.
There's no flash drive stuck in the back.
So one thing I should tell you guys about, if you'll notice in the left-hand column, there's something called strain. And you have variable numbers of mental strain and physical strain points. Mm-hmm. You can use those in two different ways. One, you can use them to make rerolls, If you want to try a roll again, you can spend an appropriate kind of strain. The penalty is if you fail, then you are a -1 to the attribute you used until you've had like 8-hour rest, a good meal, that kind of thing, really had time to recover because you've overstrained yourself.
Okay.
If you want to, you can spend strain in advance of a roll to bring up the target number by however many points of strain you spend.
Okay.
And if you fail, then it doesn't have any kind of consequence. You've just spent that strain.
Well, yeah, I'd like to test that mechanic out.
Okay.
So since I already rolled, I'll try to spend my 1 mental strain to look over the same set of
Okay.
principles again for a re-roll again at that
Yep.
target
Same
3.
target number.
Yeah. Okay, that's more penalty for failure. 10.
Oh.
Ouch.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Let's see. That's not only a failure, but it is a critical failure.
It's really the best you could have.
You were using precise.
Frustrated as I'm looking over the
You were
computer.
using precise. It's really a coordination thing. So you're using your hands, like you're like digging into all the electronics and stuff.
Yeah, I'm really digging into it.
I'm going to say a couple things happen. One, your coordination is now -1 until you've had a good chance to recover. You end up kind of palming everything. You find you're reaching under the control panels and trying to trace wires. You find an exposed panel where you at some point someone was doing some work on the boat. This boat is old and not in its prime, and didn't put the panel back in place. You slice your hand on an exposed wire connection, pretty good. So that anything you do with that hand, you don't have to bandage it up. Is going to be potentially at a penalty if
You okay? What happened?
try to move.
Damn boat panel computer crap all bungled up. I can't figure out what's going on. I don't know.
It really looks as if the operating system is just suddenly non-existent.
Can I roll criminology investigation?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
But
But it would be, I mean, one or the other, either criminology or investigation. I think investigation is probably close.
yeah,
probably
investigation.
better.
And
But since it's hampered by sort of the technical aspect of what's going on, I'm
Yeah.
going to say it's at -2.
okay, so that -2. Just so I understand the attribute stuff. So then I would need to roll a 4 or less
Well, let's see. You're looking for.
if I were to do aware or precise.
So I would say aware, and you would
Okay.
add that to 3. So 2 + 3 is 5. -2 makes it a 3.
Okay.
But you're rolling that with 2 dice, so 2d10 on a 3.
Yeah, let's do it, because otherwise we just dig ourselves into a bigger hole. So that'll be more interesting.
Yes.
Alrighty.
No, Maggie.
Oh, sorry, my internet cut out. It was a 9-9.
Oh, well, that's
So-
unfortunate.
Yep.
You get distracted by
All the blood on the computer.
you get distracted by his injury and bandaging it up, and you kind of abandon your search for that particular clue set, just out of being distracted. It's also dark in here, hard to see anything. The boat definitely seems to be down, and with it, so does your satellite uplink.
We could still get back though.
Yeah, we can still work the boat, right?
That's the problem. MHD drives are pretty sophisticated. Your steering is all fly-by-wire. It's not. It's all digital, and so until you can figure out some sort of repair or maybe call in a favor from a friend or even the Coast Guard, your boat's pretty much dead in the water. You might be able to get the motors to propel you, but steering it, navigating it, and operating the power control systems of the motor would also risk them burning out. So yeah, you're close to dead in the water.
Well, at least we have collection of communication gear that was in a nice Faraday cage.
You
So
think that's?
maybe-
You think it was a remote EMP?
I have no idea. I have no idea what happened. I have no idea why. It is definitely
Probably not EMP because your
The cameras are still working.
your V's are still working.
Yeah, they just
I
took
think
out
like
the boat.
a targeted attack, or I don't know. I have no idea how.
It's also an old boat.
Yeah, it just crapped out.
Oh,
You
maybe
guys-
that. Yeah, maybe
It was
it's
old
that.
when Uncle Carl bought it. It was a beautiful fire engine red when he first got it. It's now been sun faded to this like terrible pink. All of the patching and other repairs that have been done over the years have left it kind of like looking a little bit like a patchwork quilt, ragdoll kind of looking boat. It's still very fast and still Digger does a good job of keeping it in mostly working order, but all of the sort of niceness and the fancy little features of either way outdated or have just sort of not been prioritized in terms of maintenance. So
Yeah, it's still running Windows 13. So
it has the equivalent of like roll down, crank down Windows kind of thing.
Yeah, and some of them are stuck.
Yeah.
Great. Well,
I'll fix it in the morning when I can see better. And
yeah, I guess we just need to get back to camp. Maybe look through some of the isolated equipment. I mean, I think it's safe to say that the activities are off for at least for a while, right?
Mm,
Are you talking amongst each to each
I'm
other?
talking-
You're,
yeah, I'm talking to
back in
Digger.
the skiff?
yeah, let's.
Yeah.
I think if you guys want to go out and play jungle hunter with these guys and run around in the forest with them, I can sit here and try to get the boat back up.
Or
Don't cause any panic. Let's talk with
I
Drew.
mean, the thing is that these are a couple. The boat first we discover a camouflaged camp, and then the boat goes out. It's a lot of coincidences, and I don't like it.
No, I hear you. Let's talk to Drew about this. Let's get back on shore and discuss as a
You
team.
motor back to the beach, drag the skiff up onto the shore, deactivate it.
Yeah.
It rolls up. Then you track down Drew. And
I'm
you
in the
guys-
tent.
You guys are
Things are normal again.
sitting in your tent, whispering amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Yes. Like professional guides.
Yeah.
Uh,
And that's what happened, Drew. Boat's completely dead.
I don't think we should. Okay, all right. I like your plan of we go play jungle escapades and you steal that rich kid's shit to either call in a favor or fix the boat. Like either one of those plans will probably be doable when we have everybody away from camp. If you can't fix it, hop on the kid's phone and get somebody out here to tow us back.
That's a good plan. Yeah, I forgot that Evie had that satellite uplink installed.
If it wasn't a lie, which I really hope it wasn't.
Could have been bluffing.
Yeah.
I'm a terrible dominoes player. It's established. It's canon. I do not know when people are bluffing. Do people bluff in dominoes?
I don't know. I haven't
I
played
don't
it.
really know.
I don't think so.
Let's just go with they can cheat.
The way
There
they
are
play,
ways to
the way they play in Harmony, they bluff.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a native game.
The game has changed a lot in the last
Yeah.
like 200
It's only
years.
called dominoes. It's not
Right.
really dominoes.
There's cards and there's power ups. It's very
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think we should talk to Mr. Rip as well.
All right.
Okay.
Try not to get everyone too panicky, though.
Yeah. We'll just give them a status update. Like, hey, also our boat's a piece of junk.
Also, we're trapped and marooned on this island. No.
Yeah, but it's
Mr.
fine.
Mr. Latimer failed to see the levity in the situation. I'm feeling a little anxious not having connection. I think we need to establish communications and make sure we're.
Yeah, that's our number one priority after breakfast and a nice hike to the summit tomorrow or today, whenever we're speaking.
Well, I'm going to need to inform Mr. Whitegate about this.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Tell him whatever you want to tell him.
Just again, try not to make it too panicky.
So after breakfast, and after you kind of observed at a distance Whitegate and Rip in sort of heated conversation, you didn't really hear a lot of it. Whitegate, again, sort of looks for everyone to pay attention to his announcement. And he says, well, our challenges are to begin. And I promised you a series of activities that would test your mettle. And the first of those this morning, I'm sure you're dying to find out what they are. He says that one of the goals of being out here is teamwork. And I have therefore assigned you a teammate for this first challenge. And he goes through the roster and sort of points out who's going to be working with who. You see in a couple instances, they kind of nod. In other instances, you feel that's not, they don't actually face palm, but they think that they kind of,
long, ragged sigh.
Yeah, they wish they could. He, of course, by default, seems to be teamed up with both Evie and Mr. Rip. But the challenge is without the use of modern navigational assistance, and he pulls out a small canvas bag and starts distributing actual, like, honest-to-goodness compasses.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow.
And maps of the island, and says that the challenge is to navigate to the highest points on the island and back again. And the first team to do so, and to demonstrate that they've accomplished that task,
they take a selfie up at the top.
Well, they don't have their electronics, but they are going to be asked to sort of mark, they drop a token or mark
carve their initials in a tree,
a document. But he says that he and Rip will be waiting for them at the top, and then there will be a surprise bonus for the first team to make it back.
Can I make a note about the carnivore plant that is on the route?
Yeah, make sure to put that on everyone's map.
Yes, I scouted the island ahead, earlier yesterday, and there is a carnivore plant at this point. And I mark it on everyone's map, and I make sure that it's always there. And just so that none of you get caught in its vines and poisoned and slowly digested.
As you continue describing it, the look of kind of anxiety rises in a couple of them. You are further concerned as you have to sort of like orient a map appropriately.
Yes,
someone's looking at it the wrong way.
It's upside down.
And they're looking at the compass. Some people are looking at the compass. Like,
this is good.
What is this thing? It's essentially a lost art, an antique for most people. But Rip is trying to give a little advice, and not more. Hang on one moment.
You could point to the
Joseph Chan actually seems to know how to use a compass, and he's giving us quick instructions to a couple of his colleagues. Mr. Whitegate says, "Are there any further questions? If not, well, as soon as we've wrapped up breakfast here, we will begin. I believe that the goal is to have everyone back here by lunch. That should not be too difficult. It's only a round trip of maybe 4 kilometers or so, and a light hike. It can't certainly be that rugged. And once everyone has sort of grabbed a water bottle and tied up their shoes, he counts off, and quite dramatically, but with anticlimactic lack of fanfare, says, "Go!" And of course, Moore and his partner trudge off enthusiastically towards the woods.
Right. Who is he partnered up with?
He is partnered up with...
What are the pairs?
Alice. So you've got Martin and Antonia,
Okay.
Alice and Daniel, so Sayers and Moore, Chen and Takamura,
Okay.
and then Privet, essentially Privet and Whitegate are, well, it's Privet and Whitegate and Rip and Evie,
Oh wow.
and that seems a little loaded, but perhaps on purpose. And they, even though they're two different teams, they seem to head off as a quartet towards the forest.
Sure.
But within a few minutes, everyone's trudged up the beach and disappeared into the woods. It seems like more or less people are headed in the right direction, but they've all sort of chosen slightly different ways to pass through the vegetation on the edge of the forest.
Did Drew and Maggie go off ahead, or stay behind, or go with any of the groups?
I would like to go. I don't know. Cover the. How best to put it? I want to keep them from wandering into enemy territory. I don't really care about the bad plant, but
So you mean to the southern part of the island?
yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure nobody's going that direction.
Hopefully they're at least familiar enough with a map and compass that won't happen. But it's possible.
I don't trust these strangers.
Sure. Okay, so you're off on your own, sort of paralleling them through the woods.
Yeah.
Maggie, how about you?
I guess I'm kind of curious about what is Everett the Third's like competency? Like how well does he know this island? Is
He
it
doesn't
just
seem to
that he
know it.
saw it on a map, or
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that he's looked at some high-res
Okay.
maps, photographs, maybe even some 3D renders, but he's certainly not been here.
okay?
And it seems rather arbitrary that you pick the highest point on the island, right? It seems
Yes.
more goal-oriented than practical.
Sure. Okay. I guess what I am going to do is I will kind of stalk around the. I think I've already marked the plant. Oh, I'll take my third watchdog camera, and I'll place it over the carnivora plant. So if
good one.
someone walks into it, I will know. But hopefully could alert someone. And then I'd like to also go with Drew to scout towards the direction of the unknown camp.
Okay. So I didn't think Drew was going towards the camp. It sounded he was trying to keep people from going to the camp.
Oh,
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. In that case, I'll try to overwatch over the camp, the unknown camp.
Over
If I can set
the
up
unknown camp? Okay, so you're gonna have to head south then, and probably get up into the hills.
Yeah.
To get a little closer to it.
Or you could use the drone as well, right? Kind of
Oh yeah, we have to go take more pictures.
see if anything moved.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, so everyone heads off into the forest, essentially leaving Digger behind. It sounds like I need some sort of orienteering tests for Maggie and Drew.
Predator behavior.
Or not really messing around with predators right now.
Survival training.
Sorry?
Survival training.
Forward recon.
Forward recon.
That's where your orienteering would probably be strongest.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess aware then. So.
And how about you, Drew?
I was thinking rural life.
Rural life or local guide? Sure.
Yeah, I like my chances with rural life.
Okay.
And like imagining trekking through the woods as a youngster, it's given me some sort of, natural pathfinding.
Good.
And then observant, because
Okay.
just trying to watch for these people running into my line.
So I rolled an 8 and a 10.
All right. So it sounds like you missed.
Yes.
I succeed by 3.
Right, so you're able to sort of track whichever groups you, or at least keep them within earshot, whichever group you want to be tracking. And it doesn't seem like anybody has headed off dangerously south yet.
Okay, that's good.
Except Maggie.
Yes.
Maggie, let's see. You didn't critically fail, but I'm going to say you struggle to find easy access to the top of the ridgeline, and you find yourself down on the beach in the F3 area.
Okay, let me just pull up the map.
Digger, what are you doing back at camp?
I would like to go back out to the boat, and my coordinations come back, right? I had a night's sleep.
Yeah, and you had a good meal, so
Okay.
you recovered.
And my strain is out for the session, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll keep that there. So what I'd really like to do is I'd like to put back everything.
I'm sorry, no, your strain comes back with the rest.
Oh, great. Okay, so I'd like to really take a look at everything I destroyed in the dark last night and try to put that at least back together as best
Okay.
I can. Really take my time.
Give me boat right.
Boat rate.
And I'd say observant.
Okay, so boat right is 4 plus 2 is 6, and I succeed by 3.
Okay.
Sorry, I actually rolled a 1. I didn't see that.
So you
So I
made
succeed
by
by 5. Yeah.
Okay. Then I would say in the light of day and knowing better what you're looking for, it doesn't take you long to discover there's a data spike equivalent to like a thumb drive that has been just input into one of the many sockets around the ship. You guys are not perhaps most concerned about digital security on this old boat. And there are many places where someone could plug in a device, or where you could plug in to access different systems on the ship or to control the vessel remotely. And it seems as though someone has plugged a thumb drive into it and just left it in one of the out-of-the-way plugs.
Okay.
One of the out-of-the-way sockets.
I'll see what I can do while it's plugged in. If I can't access it, I'll just unplug it.
Okay. There is no operating system, so you can't really access it. So you just unplug it, and it's nondescript. There's no tag or logo on it. It's just a cheap disposable storage device.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So I unplug it, try to reboot the computer. Does the operating system come back, or is it still down?
It does not. It's still down.
Okay. I'm going to try to look for the original copy of the operating system. Maybe someone left it in a cupboard somewhere, or some way that I can just reach out for help.
Give me a mechanics test.
Okay. Mechanic, 1d10. That's 4. I'd like to add resourceful. I want to see if any way I can get the satellite comms back working, so I get someone to email me a new operating system just on a favor.
You can also just download it from the manufacturer, presumably, right?
If
you get satellite up, right?
I probably spent my last paycheck already, so.
Well, that's true.
We'll see.
Have the activation key written down somewhere.
Okay. No lie, my luck has turned around. I rolled a 2 out of 7. I succeed by 5.
Okay. You remember exactly where the original boot up discs are, or the equivalent.
Why didn't I think of this yesterday? I said to myself.
They are under the table leg of one of your workbenches in the workshop, where they're keeping the desk from wobbling while you work on some fine grade electronics. And so you realize the only way you're going to be able to do this is if you can get a satellite link and download them, either because someone has emailed them to you, or you find them online.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, so you're gonna have to figure out how to do that though, because you're confident.
Could you have gotten some of the tourists gear earlier? Because I know we discussed that.
I'm familiar with what that is.
our plan B to get EV's private or Effie's private satellite link.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I would have tried to, my best first on my own, and then
Yeah.
probably gone
Yeah.
after that.
Yeah, the
So I had
communication system is down with the computer controls, so you'll have to find some other way to link to a satellite.
So what can I do right now with what I have? Right now I have the operating system. I just need to be able to install it.
No, you don't have the operating system.
Oh, I have the. What did I
You,
get?
you remembered where it was. You were asking where it was, and I was telling you it was back at the workshop, propping up the table leg, and so you don't have access to it here.
Goddamn DRM.
It's not on the boat. It's not
on the boat. It's in your boat shop back home.
Okay. So I just need someone to send that to me from the island.
Correct.
And it would be dumb to take 24 hours to go there and back.
You wouldn't be able to drive the boat in the current state it's in.
Okay. Yeah. No, I need Evie's satellite uplink. That's the only way I'm going to be able to get there. All right. Knowing that information, I'm going to take the, trying to be resourceful. I'm going to try to block up the port so no one can plug in another thumb drive.
Yeah, that's easy enough. I mean, you can actually disconnect them if you get underneath the console, and you can snip it with some wire cutters, or you can disconnect the port from the system. It's hardwired in, so you can disconnect it too.
I could do that, or I could, which Digger would probably do, he'd just take a piece of wood and go over the port and just nail it.
Okay, so you can jam it shut with some wood or some epoxy or whatever it is you want to do. All right, and then what?
I'm gonna head back and wait for everyone to come back.
So you're motoring ashore or swimming. It's up to you. Drew, you hear a disconcerting shout, followed by, it's not quite a scream, but it might not be a scream because it's kind of choked off, and then someone shouting for help.
I will run in that direction. I'll take a light jog.
Okay. So you go kind of crashing through the underbrush.
Yep.
Maggie, you hear loud motor. And at first you're unsure where it's coming from. In fact, you become convinced that it's on the water to your east. But then some trick of maybe it's the trick of the ridgeline behind you, or just the open ocean in front of you. The sound changes, and suddenly it's more like aircraft engines, as some sort of matte black VTOL comes ripping out overhead from the south and disappears over the tree canopy. The rest of you shortly thereafter hear the same sort of roaring VTOL fans, and you can hear that it's slowed down and is still over the island, but you can't actually see the source of the noise.
Could I do military? What kind? Can I figure out what kind of VTOL aircraft that is?
Yeah.
Is it a civilian? Is it military? Is it military that then was sold as part of surplus?
Go ahead and give me a test.
Okay. I guess GEO military and awareness.
Okay. And give me a. I'm sorry, Latimer. Give me another orientation test to try and find where the shouting is coming from.
You want me to give that test?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll do the orientation test first. So that's no.
So the orientation test is for Latimer.
Okay.
Drew.
Sorry.
You're just doing the ID test, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, these are just kind of happening simultaneously. So.
I rolled a 10.
All right. Yeah, it's not very big, but you do notice there are no tail numbers on it, no ID number.
Okay.
But that's about all you can tell.
So unlisted
aircraft.
aircraft.
As you go running, Drew, you will notice that aircraft sound, I mean, having been a pilot yourself, and I'm not even going to ask you to make a roll, you can tell from the way the Dopplering of the engines and the power output of the engines is that it has just completed a dust off. You hear it essentially land and then power off again, probably 6 seconds after hitting the ground. Drew, did you make your orientation test? Orienteering. I think you're muted.
Yes. My initial one, yeah, but my one to go find the voice, I did not make that yet.
Okay.
But rolling the same set, rural life.
Yep.
And
I'll give you a +2 for the shouting.
Oh, hooray! Well, I rolled a 1, so I'm good.
Oh, okay. Narrative benefit or a +2 forward?
Oh, a narrative benefit, please.
Okay. You arrive just in time to grab Antonia's arm. Antonia's with Daniel, right? Or is that Alice?
Antonia, Daniel and Alice are together.
Alice, right? So you grab Alice's arm just in time to help her avoid sort of a casually groping, slimy tentacle-like pod kind of thing. But you see that Moore has already been wrapped up in a stringy series of, well, imagine a giant snail, and I mean, when I say giant, I mean like maybe a couple 100 kilos.
Okay.
Dangling in the big thick forks of a tree, with long extensions of its muscular mantle, like its foot, dangling down into the lower canopy. And several of these have wrapped around Moore and lifted him off the ground. And he's struggling, but the more he struggles, the more he seems to get wrapped up. And he's slowly being pulled up, snail speed, up into the canopy. And one of these ropey arms kind of just very casually tries to grab at Alice, but misses as you jerk her back.
Okay. Do I have any salt to throw at it?
You do not.
Okay.
Darn. But you do recognize it as what I don't know if you've ever seen one, but you've certainly heard of them, called a Ropey Joe or a Hangin' Joe. Okay. And it is literally a giant arboreal snail. Okay. And it is I don't know if you call it an ambush predator. Kind of gives it airs. It's more of like a casual collector of edible things.
Okay. All right.
Are one of those things people?
Apparently.
Great.
Can I just pull him off, or do I have to like cut his clothes off?
Well, at the moment, he's maybe out of reach, so you're going to have to get a hold of his leg and try and pull him down. So give me some sort of test. Maggie, this aircraft has disappeared over the trees, and you can hear it flying around in the interior of the island. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I guess.
Try to stealth in and approach to see what it's doing. Like, it seems like it's searching. It sounds like it landed, right?
Well, you're not a pilot, but you've done dust offs yourself, so you've probably heard the change in RPMs at least.
Okay.
So you think it's landed, and then now you realize that it's in the air again.
Okay. Try to figure out. I'd like to try to stealth into the jungle to see what its initial landing was. Also with like some orientation, or if it just like hovered for a bit while someone jumped off the boat, jumped off it, or rappelled down.
You can make a forward recon test to determine if that's what you think happened.
Okay.
And then you got to give me a grid coordinate that you're heading to. Digger, you are digging through the tent, Rip's tent, looking for the bag of electronics.
He probably took it with him, but
no, it's a bulky bag. You find it,
right? Biometrically.
Yeah, but it's essentially a dry bag. You could pull a knife and cut it open if you really wanted to.
That's what's happening right now.
Okay, so you pull a diamond knife, slice it open, open the top of the bag, and you are confused at first, and then likely frustrated, and then your third thought is suspicion.
Hmm.
I don't know what they call it, but there's those cans of spray foam that you can like blow into a hole in like a construction, like in a plaster wall or something, and it fills up and expands behind the wall.
Great stuff.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, great stuff.
Is that what it's called? Great stuff.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know if you've ever seen one of those cans get ruptured, but like the stuff leaks out and kind of goops up and expands into this big amorphous mass. It looks like someone fired off one of those cans or ruptured one of those cans inside the bag.
Destroying or,
all the electronics seem to have sort of melted together.
Are they physically melted? Like,
yeah, it looks like some sort of corrosive agent has caused them to form into one big lump of useless plastic and circuitry.
Not like this. Not like this.
Not like this.
Okay. I'm praying that Evie is as stubborn as my kid, whose name is Philip. I have a child.
He's actually your nephew. Philip is.
Yeah, as stubborn as my nephew Philip, and palmed their V into the bag. Didn't actually give it up. Has another one. Pulled some type of kid thing.
Okay. Well,
so I'm looking through the mass, and I'm looking for that specific satellite uplink.
Well, it's hard to tell what's in there, but give me a mechanic at -2.
Okay. Probably precise or observant.
Yeah, observant will be good.
Okay, mechanic at -2. So that is just a 4.
Yeah.
Nope. Failed by 5.
Yeah, it's just a destroyed mass of electronics. It's hard to tell what's in there.
All right. Well, I'm leaving that in the center of the campsite, putting the bag underneath it, putting the blob on top.
Okay.
We're talking about this when everyone gets back, before anyone gets lunch.
Okay.
Great.
And you now, like I said before, you can hear the aircraft flying. You probably hear it more distantly than Drew or Maggie, but you can hear it flying in the distance. Not that aircrafts flying in the distance are unusual, but it doesn't seem to be passing by. It definitely seems to have stopped here on the island.
Yeah. Is it coming closer? Did it just?
No, but it is moving. So it gets louder and then quieter and then louder and then quieter.
Sounds like it's doing sweeps.
Crap.
Probably a good guess.
Okay. With that idea in mind, I'm gonna start tearing down camp.
Okay. Maggie, where are you? What grid coordinate are you on?
Yes. So I was at F3. The VTOL flew north of me, right?
You were at F3. It flew. It probably approached the island at maybe F6 and flew inland along that northern trajectory, and is now probably, sounds like it might be somewhere in the 4 squares that make up C5 and 6 and D5 and 6.
Okay. I think okay, so I think actually instead what I am going to do is, instead of heading towards the VTOL, I think I'm going to head towards the camp, because if I heard the VTOL, then obviously, like, if there's anyone at the camp, they definitely heard it.
Heading to your camp?
No, to the unknown camp.
Okay.
At F5.
So you're moving down along the
yeah. I rolled a 2 and a 1 for Frontier.
You will have no trouble finding your way back to that spot.
Okay.
The 3 of you still have, because like phones now do a good job of using satellite-driven GPS. Mm-hmm. You guys still do have good GPS on your phone, on your Vs, right?
Yeah.
Even though you don't have communications uplinks. All right, Drew.
Yes. Pulling. Jumping up to grab the leg to pull him out of the tree seems more like a local guide type thing to do.
Okay.
And I guess this is going to be using my physique.
Sure.
And I stay in shape, so
You're
I'm fit. 2 + 3, 5. I rolled a 1. Hooray!
Okay. So you got him by the ankles, and you're pulling down on him.
Mm-hmm.
He's coming down slowly, as if the tentacles aren't strong enough to lift up both of your weight.
That's
So
good.
it's slowly kind of uncoiling, unwrapping, stretching like a snail or a slug.
Alice, grab his other leg.
She grabs a hold of your legs because you've jumped up and his legs, and she's pulling down on you. And then once you get close enough to the ground, she grabs his leg.
Okay.
And you're playing tug of war with this thing. It doesn't seem to be letting go so much as just the limb is stretching out thinner and thinner.
Okay.
And now some of the other limbs are grasping for the two of you guys. And so I need you to somehow, at least narratively, try and fend off these limbs while continuing to keep more from being dragged into the tree.
Well, if the one limb is getting thinner and stretched, I would attempt to, I guess, one-handed, like knife it apart, make it so it wants to let go sooner.
So you kind of do like a piggyback onto the ground, and then you try and saw at this limb. Okay.
Yep.
Give me, wow, what would this be? How about GEO military? It's kind of a hand-to-hand thing.
Sure, why not?
I mean, you're doing a knife fight, essentially.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Even though it's kind of restrained and slow motion, it is weird. And these other tentacles are flapping around at you. I don't want to call them tentacles. They're more like...
and I'm going to say this is more of a dexterous thing than an athletics thing, because I don't want to slice Moore's face.
Sure.
All right, so 1 die at a 6.
The tentacle kind of wraps around his face and shoulders and neck. So like you can see his eyes are all big and bulgy. But...
Save your
mouth
air.
is covered over, and he's like,
okay, well, I'm trying to peel him away from his mouth and snipping with the knife or whatever. So I got a 1. That was good.
Okay. Oh, you got rolling for crazy today.
That'll end.
Let's see. This would be not exact. I mean, it's opposed but it's not really dodging an attempt to the knife because it doesn't really understand what the knife is. So really, it's just how hard it is to get the moving target. It does not do very well. You begin slicing. It's like cutting into a large clam or a gooey duck or something, right? Mm-hmm. The knife starts to cut through it, but it's going to take a couple of hacks to cut it all the way through.
That's fine.
In the meantime, both you and Alice need to make maneuver tests to keep from getting caught yourselves.
Okay.
And you can use whatever skill set you want.
So to
you think's appropriate.
Evade. Yeah, I guess Poseidon Frontier, because I'm like dodging the thing as I'm pulling this guy through the jungle.
Okay.
Trying to like be aware of all the things that are happening.
All right.
And again, dexterous to dodge these limbs.
All right.
So I got a target number 3 on 2 dice. I roll a 1 and a 5. So
okay. And your action value is a 2. Its
Yes.
action value is a 1. So you managed to avoid it. However, you hear Alice call out, and now instead of pulling down on Moore, she's pulling her own body back. It's got her around one arm, and she's got her other arm around a small tree, and she's just trying to like keep from being tugged towards the bigger tree. And you, in your next action, will finish cutting through the tentacle.
Oh, good.
Back on the beach, Digger. What are you doing?
Would like to try to. I mean, I hope that they don't know where our camp is, or I hope that they. I mean, they knew where the boat was. I'm under the impression that all 3 are the same people: the camp, the boat, saboteurs and the vertical takeoff plane are all the same people. So that's the impression that I'm under. So I'm trying to hope that they don't exactly know where our camp is, or we can at least tear it down and move somewhere else where it may be under tree cover.
Okay, so you start pulling down tents, just haphazardly, like dragging them off the beach and into the woods.
And yeah, we'll just go straight into the woods.
Okay, just roll a die,
Okay.
and tell me. You want to roll high, or sorry, you want to roll low.
Okay. How is a 3?
Okay, so you are in the midst of dragging some of the camping gear towards the tree line when you hear the VTOL engines suddenly getting much louder.
Uh-oh.
And so I also rolled a 3. So
Okay.
I'm tied. So if you can give me some sort of like sprint test, fast moving test to get into the tree line, you can do that before the VTOL appears overhead.
Okay, well, I've got a -1 because of my bad knee. When I was playing football as a kid, it dislocated. I tore my ACL. So, yeah, I'm definitely not as dexterous as I'd like to be. So I think that'd be a tough guy is a 1 on 1d10, and dexterous is a 2, so that's a 3. So my target is a 2, I think, for speed.
Okay.
2 on 1 die. So
Oof.
watch me fail. Yep, failed by 3.
Okay, so you are running across the beach when this VTOL, almost at tree level, comes overhead. It is low enough to the ground that branches and your own hair are blasted by the fans, and it heads out over the water and makes a slow turn. I guess a fairly sharp turn, but it slows down so that it's clearly checking out your boat. It's checking out the Last Chance. And then you duck into the forest. But you don't know whether they spotted you or not. And if they're running any kind of sensors, it might not matter that you jumped into the forest.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to try to duck down and put my namesake to use. Dig in a little.
All right, so you hide under some of the undergrowth.
Yeah.
Maggie, you are kind of rounding the headland at G4, and you hear the same sound you heard before the aircraft showed up.
Oh, not the engines, or
well, it was the different engines. Yeah, it wasn't like.
Oh, okay, so there are 2 vehicles flying.
Yeah, there were two vehicles, and you see a hovercraft go ripping across the water, rounding the point at G5, and then run up on the beach in a cloud of sand and disappear into the trees.
Oh, what the fuck! Oh boy. Well. I have no way of alerting everyone that there is now another.
It had a very distinct look to it. I guess it would be the $21.99 equivalent of like an amphibious technical.
Oh, great!
There was a bunch of dudes.
Better.
Just kind of. It looked like it would have been custom modified, but not professionally. And
right.
There was a bunch of dudes in like tank tops and flip flops with assault rifles held at the ready, just kind of
wonderful,
clinging to the outside of it.
Great. Oh man, this is wonderful. This is such a great situation. Really picked a great island to be on. I should probably follow them. How much faster are they? Like, am I able to keep up with them, or are they moving just way too fast?
Well, a hovercraft's not really meant for going into the woods.
Yeah,
so
which is
it's not going to get very far.
Right.
In fact, yeah, I mean, you hear the engine cut out almost immediately.
Okay. I'll try to stealth behind them, and while they're...
You still got about a half a click to go to get to where they hit the beach.
Okay. In that case, I'll roll forward recon or actually no, sniper to set up a snipe post over them if I can see them.
Not from here, because
Okay.
you're on the beach and they're in the forest, so you'd have to like maybe
Sure.
a forward recon to get to a sniper point.
Okay. I'll do that then.
Okay.
Forward recon, precise.
Precise is more of a coordination thing.
Okay, so maybe aware then.
Wise or aware.
Yeah, I'll do aware.
Okay.
So
Drew, with a kind of a sloppy snapping sound, the tentacles parts, and the upper part of it kind of elastically snaps up into the trees. More falls to the ground, and now Alice she's not screaming so much as hey, it's got help.
I will rinse and repeat.
Okay.
Drag her
So-
back while attempting to cut with the knife.
It's a lot easier because she's already on the ground. So with a slashing motion, you can slice through this thing and free her, and then you can grab more by the back of his Mall Ninja survival vest and
Yes.
kind of drag him out of range of the ropey limbs.
Yeah.
But you notice almost immediately his face and neck have started to turn kind of purple wherever the tentacles have attached.
Oh, good. There wasn't any poison there. That's good.
Yeah, well,
It's his natural coloring, right?
yeah,
it's a snail. It can't.
he's striped in purple across his face and neck, and his
It's
lip
not fast, so it's got to make him slow.
his lip is swelling, and he's starting to breathe heavily.
Do I have a hypodermic needle of an EpiPen?
Did you bring a first aid kit with you from the?
No, but I bet he's wearing one.
You can start checking his pockets.
Yeah, I'm gonna check his pockets.
Okay. Give me a. What would this be? Give me. You could do.
I'm thinking warrant officer.
Yeah. Okay, but -2 because this would be like.
Like, I'm
Cutting
not
edge.
looking for a weapon. I'm looking for something.
This is
that's
made
like-
from what's that the airline magazine? Is it Cutting Edge or something, or Hemmick or Schlemmer?
Yeah,
it's-
one of those.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Sky Mall. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like in the Sky Mall magazine.
Okay. Sure.
Sharper Image. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's what it's like.
Yeah,
A
that's
Sharper Image product.
Okay. I'm thinking resourceful because whatever.
All right.
All right. So 7, but -2 you two. So
Yeah.
5 on 2 dice. I got 5 exactly.
Okay. So this is a success with a consequence. There's a red tab hanging off the bottom of one of the larger pockets that says "pull in case of emergency," and you do as you do
Do it.
pocket, and
Yeah.
something
Oh, yeah.
starts to inflate.
Yeah.
But then you quickly notice that one of the pouches has like a red cross on it. Duh. So
Okay,
you
yeah.
open that and pull out the kit. But this other thing continues to inflate.
Yeah.
And within probably 10 seconds, it's 1.5 meters in diameter, this spherical ball of thin smart material with like a zippered seal, like an airtight closure, and a little window, and this giant red letters that say "rescue" on the side.
Good.
And it's attached by a short tether to his vest.
Yeah.
But you bust out the first aid kit and start trying to give him some first aid. All right, Digger, what are you doing?
Is the thing getting closer? I'm dug in.
It's not getting closer to you. It definitely did a circle, a little like reconnoiter of your boat, and then it has turned and heads back overhead, back into the interior of the island.
Okay. Did anyone jump off? All right.
It-
I duck down. I hide. I realize I should be like looking and seeing what they're doing. I scramble back out to the tree line. I look. It's already passed. It's gone.
Okay,
I haven't jumped on my boat or anything.
Let's see. Give me an observant test.
Okay. I'm observant and know anything about hydrofoils, or would this be more like?
Oh yeah, right. Digger. I think this is just more. Actually, let's just do a stat test to see if you noticed it. Like, this isn't really a skill-based thing. So, is in the middle of running in there and then diving into the cover, and did you actually see what happened? So the way this works is your base for an attribute test is always 5. Then you add your specific attribute value to it, and you roll 1 die.
Okay. Well,
in this case, it's 7, and you roll 1 die for observer.
I rolled a 10.
Oh, okay. So you do not see what happens.
Nope.
You just know that the craft circles your boat and then headed back overhead into the interior of the island.
Yeah, I get too panicked about hiding, so I hide instead of observe.
Okay.
Crap. What do I do? Communications down. Can't talk to the team. Boat's still dead. Need to get out. No communication. Phone's blobbed.
You do still have probably communication with Drew and.
Is that line of sight only though?
Well, it's line of sight like cell phones are line of sight to towers, right? You're in your house and your cell phone still works.
Sure.
It's line of sight in terms of generally the horizon, right? Or a mountain or something.
So this is gonna be funny, guys. You wouldn't believe it. I'm in a lot of trouble over here. There's this hovercraft. It's over by the boat. It just circled around. I tore down camp. The phones are blobbed. I need some help real quick.
So if this was a movie, there would be like the 3 diagonal lines across the screen.
Exactly.
And yours would come on first, and you'd give that little speech. And then Drew's would come on, and he's got a diamond knife in his teeth, and he's got a first aid kit that he's busting open. And there's this thing expanding behind him, and this guy turning purple in front of him. And then the third one comes on, and you see this. It's not actually a military rifle, but it's like a paramilitary hunting rifle that's been equipped by an
aftermarket mods.
Right. And he's slowly like taking up a position on a rocky ridgeline, looking down at what looks like a sort of guerrilla camp. And then you see like the crosshairs as you sort of sight in on the site. And you guys can answer the phones or not.
I'm kind of busy now.
Arthur, you muted?
Arthur, you're muted.
Yeah.
You hear like this sound? Well, is it like brain thoughts or is it audio?
You could do the brain thoughts because you have an interlink, but no one else does. So they're actually either texting or talking. Got it. So you're just getting a lot of like swearing intermixed with like what is a digger? We're in a bit of a jam here. This one of these Mall Ninja Moore is getting suffocated by his own stupidity right now, and I've got Alice freaking out. This better be good. You open the first aid kit, and a voice says, "Please scan the injury." I just like smush it in his face or whatever, right? You just hold up this little like there's a cord with a little bulb at the end, and you just hold it up, and it basically takes a picture. Is this more like an infection, an envenomation,
Envenomation,
a laceration?
Envenomation.
And then it starts working through a tree of options.
Did you say?
Do you know the source of the venom?
Ropey Joe.
Okay. Unidentified venom. Because this is from the mall. This isn't from like an actual like.
You have to know the species name.
So the gremlin aboard the first aid kit is going to give you a +1 rather than its normal +2 because it doesn't really know what it's doing.
Yeah, that's fine. Fair
so
enough.
Go ahead and give me a first aid test. I think you can use your military or maybe your survival training.
I do have. Well, I would much rather use my military than my survival training.
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
And you can either use, I think, dexterous at this point, or because you're peeling things open and you're trying to load. It's telling you
and I'm talking to Digger as well.
It's telling you which antivenoms you're supposed to be loading into the ultrasonic hypodermic, and you're trying to like do this quickly. And
okay, gotta match the colors.
Alice is answering you, asking a bunch of questions behind you, and you're trying to drown her out. And she's like, "It's still moving towards us. It's really slow, I know, but it's still moving towards us."
Is it the green or the blue? All right. Cool. So target number of 6 on 1. Oh, I rolled a 3.
Okay, so you inject this cocktail into him, and surprisingly rapid. Within 10 seconds, you hear his breathing get less restricted, but his eyes are still kind of rolling. He's not really focused or paying attention to you. All right, Digger and Maggie, you guys sort of witness this only in as much as Drew talks you through it, what's happening on their end. But what else are you guys communicating?
Okay, yeah, I can wait, I guess. We've got stuff going on everywhere. That's cool. Just call off the mountaineering, get everyone back to camp. Something's more important.
With
You
our
have eyes-
walkie-talkies, right?
You have eyes on you had eyes on the VTOL. Could you describe it a bit more? Like
It was
military. Are we in the middle of a spec ops operation right now?
It was gray.
Yeah,
And
it was dark colored. It was nondescript. It had no tail numbers on it or ID numbers on its belly, and you're
my
not
observation was really low.
you're not positive. You're not a military person, but you do know what weapons look like, and it may have had a weapons pod on it.
Yeah, they were armed, 100%. They don't like us being here, and we've definitely got a rat inside the group, some type of mole.
Great, because this is kind of a hostage, jackpot
Hostage?
we have right here. So, yeah,
Oh, they're
however-
rich.
yeah, they're rich. If they know about if they find them, they're gonna be, they'll be able to make quite a killing. From this
Hey,
hostage
Do
negotiation.
you think if they get taken that we're not going to get paid for the job?
No, we're not going to get paid. In fact, it probably would be the end of our entire company.
We got to save them.
Yes, we have to. I have eyes on the gorillas right now, so I think I will save them by taking action against them. If you catch my drift,
No.
I'm going to kill these. I'm going to kill these people, or at least kill most of them. I'll leave one for interrogation. But
What, by yourself?
For a law enforcement officer, that's a pretty drastic measure.
well, this is a very drastic situation. I can't just say walk up into them. It's like I pulled them over, but I have no way to contact them. So I think from the group, how many of them are there? And
You saw 4 on the hovercraft. You
there's
don't know
4.
if
They're
there's
all
more in the
aren't.
camp.
Okay. I rolled a 9 and a 4 for my forward recon to get in place on the get eyes on the hovercraft and
Okay.
set up a sniping position.
So the best you can tell from your vantage is this looks like a well, I don't want to call it semi-permanent, but it doesn't seem like it's been there a while kind of camp, but it doesn't seem like one where they're investing in infrastructure.
Right.
There's a few tents. There's some plastic crates that seem to be used as furniture. And then there is a military grade bunch of camo netting suspended over the flat spot where they've parked the hovercraft, as well as some of the tents and what looked to be a pile of other crates, boxes anyway, that have additional tarps and camo stuff tossed over them.
Okay. Does it seem like, again, do I have a greater insight into the purpose of the camp? Is it a insurgent encampment? I mean, it seems like it's an insurgent encampment, not necessarily a criminal operation,
which are kind of the same officially from your perspective.
Yeah, sure.
But give me you got criminology?
Yeah, I have criminology and investigation.
Yeah, give me
And fugitive capture.
Give me investigation.
Not fugitive capture?
Well, you're not trying to do that yet.
Okay, yeah, sure. All right, yeah, I'll do investigation. I rolled a 10 and a 2 for I guess aware. of 2.
Yeah, so that would be 5. I think scoping it out for a little while, you start to get the impression that, assuming those cases are contraband, and looking at how well armed they are, and knowing what's going on in this region of the planet, in the Zion Islands where you guys are, you would bet these are gun runners.
Great.
And mostly gun runners are, if they're not insurgents, they are insurgent adjacent.
Sure.
They might be doing it strictly for the money, depending on who they are, or they may actually be doing it for ideological reasons, but
Sure.
they're still essentially classified as criminals by the GEO.
Okay. Great. So yeah, we're apparently I'll report. It seems like we're in the middle of a gun runners smuggling port.
Okay.
Maybe a drop-off outpost.
Digger, where are you now?
I'm still trying to coordinate from the beach. I'm not really great running around. I don't know if I have a map. Maybe I do. I could probably get to one of them if they need me.
You have your V, which has GPS on it and an image and good maps of the island because you had those coming in.
Great. Okay. I'm trying to coordinate with Maggie not to directly engage. I'm like, look, please, look. If you shoot at them, they're gonna know where you are, and it's not gonna be good. You're alone out there. You don't have any backup. Just wait for us. They don't know where we are yet. We can still get off this island. All I need is one good satellite communication, maybe 30 minutes for the file to transfer over, or less.
Maybe they have a pirated copy already.
Yeah, that would be, maybe they have a copy in the camp.
They're software pirates.
Yep.
I mean, maybe they have satellite communication that we could go and steal and sneakily get, but do not directly engage them. They're all armed.
Drew, what are you doing now that you've got him stabilized?
Is Alice also stabilized?
It seems to have gotten around the sleeve of her arm. It doesn't seem to have had sufficient skin contact to induce anaphylaxis in her.
Okay. Camp no longer exists. All right. You guys need a pointer on where to go to get to the highest point? It's probably still that way.
He's not like even aware of what you're saying.
Okay.
He's laying on the ground. He's mumbling. He seems sedated almost.
Okay. Well, it's probably, yeah. Well, looks like we're just gonna have to hold up here. Alice, how much water do you have?
Half a canteen.
Okay, all right. Well, make it last.
What's that plane that keeps flying overhead?
It's probably just a patrol to check on things, just in case we took too long on this hike. It's probably
patrol from who? I mean, over here.
The Coast Guard, of course. The Coast Guard knows we're here. Why wouldn't we tell the Coast Guard? When we're going to go hang out at an island for an extended period of time.
She's rolling to see if she believes you. You need to roll to see if you can convince her.
I mean, it sounds like a good idea now.
Yeah, that was pretty quick thinking.
I am convincing, so
yeah,
and I guess calm.
Okay, perfect.
Hooray! Rolled a 2.
She seems quite reassured, actually.
Oh, that's good.
She says, "Is he going to be okay?"
Yeah, he'll be fine.
I mean, honestly, he's kind of a dick, but I don't want him to die or anything.
Yeah, no one wants anybody to die.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to be fine.
I guess that's why you had the Coast Guard come out and check on us.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we did that.
Drew, did they still have their satellite uplinks? Did they sneak any? Did they not have their phones?
How am I going to ask that? I noticed that this medical data, which is pretty important, isn't getting uploaded. Alice, you wouldn't have happened to not given over your devices during the great device handover, did you?
Well, I thought about it, but I also wanted to keep my job, so I put it in the bag.
Oh, no, yeah, that's fine. That's fair. Maybe he's got some other gadget. I don't think they have anything.
Can you search them?
Yeah, I will search to see if he's got some other internet doohickey. But
Okay, you're gonna open some more pockets.
yeah.
Okay. You find survival rations. You find this incredibly thin but very surprisingly large silver foil with all these like patterns laid out on it and pre-perforated, so you could like rip it apart and make like a shelter and a lean-to and like a rain poncho and like
Awesome.
and it's got Sharper Image logo all over it.
Cool.
You do find a strobe light, like a floating strobe light,
Great.
and the equivalent of an EPIRB, like a emergency satellite beacon that just gives a pinging of a location.
Oh, this is as good as we got, Digger. We have this emergency satellite beacon. Do I turn it on?
Everyone's gonna know where we are.
Could you like use that as material for
Is there a SOS button somewhere on there?
Yeah,
Well, that's what it is.
I think it's just an SOS button.
Assuming he paid for his subscription, which
Yeah.
we don't know if he did or not,
Yeah, let's grab his credit card.
it will actually alert the emergency response teams.
Oh yeah, no, I'll totally press that button.
Okay.
I think we've entered that. I think we've entered that
The
territory.
strobe starts to blink, and
As soon as he presses it, I say, yeah, let's just wait till everyone gets all in a group before you press the button, all right?
sure.
Oopsies.
Yeah, if everybody can get in a group here and I share my location.
Okay. Yeah, I'll start trying to chase the groups down.
Also, beware of the giant slug, the snail.
Great.
Yep. I guess I'll start moving back then. I don't have a way to place the camp on the guerrilla camp on more permanent surveillance, so
Unless you brought in your remote.
yeah, could I have well, I put them up for actually
Yeah, you have the robot.
The
You have the hover remote.
yeah. Could I have taken the hover remote?
I think so.
You could call it from where you are.
Yeah.
It's on the boat, so it just launches from the boat and flies to wherever you want it to go.
Yeah, I'll have it take up a position. Can I try to roll to find a good position so that it has a good overview of the camp and
You want to
everyone?
like try and stealth it in and land it in a tree somewhere?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Go ahead and
Draw a route for it. And
it's a dumb, simple program. I'll say
recon.
yeah, because you've used remotes in recon a lot. But this one is not designed. It's not a recon remote, so I'm going to say it's a -2.
Okay, so that is starting. That's a.
I'm going to say precise because you're flying it with your phone.
Okay. And I have precise, so that would be a 4 then.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Oh. No. Could I spend a mental strain to?
Sure.
So the mental strain will re-roll the 2 dice, or is it just 1 dice?
Well, this will be. This is actually physical strain because you're using coordination, using precise.
Okay. Then I'll roll. Do physical strain. So then I just re-roll both dice.
Yeah, whatever the roll was, you just do it again.
Okay.
But this is opposed because they theoretically have some level of vigilance.
Okay. I rolled a 3 and a 9.
Okay, and your action value then is 1.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. All right, so you seem to be able to get it planted into a tree. You don't have the best view of the camp, but you do see some more detail. There are at least 6 people here. They look like natives. You can see some of them have gills and webbed hand. They all have webbed hands. The camp seems pretty casual, but now from this perspective, you can tell for sure that the pile of crates look like a bunch of weapon containers.
Right.
So that you see edged out from underneath one of the edges of the tarp is a kind of camo green box, and you see the military parlance designating its contents, and you recognize that it seems to be a crate of assault rifles.
Great. Wonderful. Yeah, so I guess then I'll head back to I guess I'll meet up with Drew. I mean, we also need to get everyone else.
Yeah, help me carry this guy or prop him up. I guess should we go get the other groups and bring them here?
So presumably they're still heading up to the hilltop,
Highest point, yeah.
or are on their way back already.
Yep.
Yeah, these guys probably would have been maybe midway through the pack, so hopefully people are near enough by.
So you're going to try and intercept them as they come down?
Or we can move to camp and bring the beacon with us. It's not really like a...
We need to center up. So these guys have lagged behind after their encounter. Everyone else is at the top of the mountain. Start coming towards a middle point. We don't have much time. The beacon's already lit. We don't know who else is looking into that.
Right. Okay. I guess.
So give me a coordinate where you guys are wanting to meet.
Ooh, what's a good one?
So the highest point is obviously C3.
Yeah. So D3, or I don't know how far south I am from camp.
You were actually between the peak and camp, because that's where they were trying to complete the race when they intercepted the Hangin' Joe.
Yeah, let's go at that the line.
So you're like C2 somewhere.
Yeah, C2 border C3 is fine.
At that border.
Okay. Yeah. I'll have to walk over. I mean, it's going to take me a while to get there, but
yeah, I would say it's going to be at least half an hour for Maggie to hump her way up through the woods.
Probably longer because I'm going to be trying to take
maybe an hour.
Well, it would be a near miracle if they arrived in a half hour.
Right.
Yeah, that is true.
All right, so I will say over the course of the next, unless you want to do something specific, the hour passes.
Start a fire. I don't know how we're going to get everybody to come to where we are exactly.
Should we maybe try to minimize our?
You're gonna have to intercept them.
Yeah.
I'll try to do
and then bring them there.
Okay. Yeah.
So and then filter back.
I imagine Digger and Drew will have to be near enough to the camp to catch them as they come out, or get close to the forest edge and then bring them back to the where you've settled in. So I need an orienteering roll from each of you, because there's two groups you need to intercept.
Okay, I've got outdoorsman.
And then Maggie, if you want to run for it and make a physique test, I'll cut it down to 40 minutes for you.
Okay. So that would be like for recon and.
No, this would just be full on physique. Like how much
so it'd just be 3.
So 3 or powerful, I think, applies here.
Okay. So then just 1 die.
1 die, 5 plus whatever the stat is. So 4.
5 plus 4. Okay. So that's a 9.
Yeah, you are genetically engineered to be this way.
I rolled a 1.
Hooray!
I will say it's 30 minutes. You run fast. Did the two of you make your recon?
I did.
Sorry, your orienteering.
Yes.
Okay, you are able to plant yourselves between camp and the likely routes down from the ridgetop, so that with a little bit of shouting out and a little bit of kind of following game trails, you're able to intercept the rest of the groups before they get to the beach.
Oh, could I also have done one thing? I would like to have collected one of the watchdog I had overviewing the beach at
on your way north.
Yeah, on my way north.
Okay, so let's all say that you are at C2.5.
Yeah.
Okay. You have gathered together. Rip senses that something is amiss, that you're not at the beach and that you've made a point of intercepting people. Everyone's concerned that Moore is semi-conscious and moaning on the ground, but nobody knows what's going on because they didn't have any comms gear.
Yep, that's good. That's okay.
Rip takes you aside, Drew, and it's like, what's with that aircraft?
Well, if we could answer that question, that'd be great. What we do have,
I gotta look at it. And it looks decidedly paramilitary.
Yeah, no, that would make perfect sense because that third party, is one we're gonna get away from now that things have turned out the way they have turned out. Glad to see that everybody's together, though. That's a point in our favor. But I think we're gonna have to cut this ropes course short, and just get out as we can.
Everybody, give me a test of what skill set you would use to kind of notice someone's behavior.
I've got just under attributes or total.
It would be your skill set.
Social.
Fugitive capture.
I think both of those are appropriate.
I've got intimidation. Swear to me.
I'll let you do intimidation at a -2.
It's better not to roll.
And intimidation would actually lead to exactly what you might see, but for the wrong reason.
I'd like to do something else. I'd like to not be part of this.
Okay.
And
Sure.
if possible, I'd like to sneak up to Evie.
Well, it's passive anyway. You guys aren't
Okay.
deliberately trying to do these things. So if you're
Sure.
not paying attention to it, then you're not paying attention to it.
No, I need that sat phone.
Okay, so you slide up to Evie.
You guys can go ahead with your rolls. Though.
Okay.
She looks miserable. She's sweaty. She's swatting at bugs. Something's bit her on the neck, and she's scratching at it. It's all swollen. They look like they could almost burst into tears, but you don't know if it's because they're tired or if they're just pissed.
Yeah.
But they're sitting on a half-rotten fallen log and just looking dejected.
Okay.
I failed by 3.
I rolled for my fugitive capture and aware I rolled a 5, 8, and 9. So that would be
And that looks like you got it right on.
yeah.
I would say that you notice Rip is quite agitated. You notice that everybody else is a combination of fatigue and anxious because they're catching the vibe from everyone else that something's up. And you notice in particular an extreme nervousness coming from Privet.
Privet. Which one was Privet? What was his?
Privet's the administrative assistant.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
But
picked it up.
given that you got it straight up, you're not reading the source of that nervousness.
Okay. I'll take him aside and you doing okay? I mean, as good as
Sure.
okay
Why
as
wouldn't I be?
everything can
I
be.
mean, why wouldn't I be? I'm been traipsing through this fucking jungle all day. I don't know how many times I've been bit. You guys seem all worked up about that aircraft. Rip is being the typical jarhead asshole that he always is, and my boss is just constantly giving me shit. Yeah, I'm doing great.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Well, that's good to know.
Well, I appreciate your concern.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you seem like you're a little nervous for some reason. I mean, like I get it. You're the one who picked the island, right?
I'm not nervous. I'm fine.
You're right. You're the one who picked this island, right?
Well, no, Whitegate picked it.
Whitegate picked it. Okay.
Well, sort of. I mean, I went to survey and gave them a list of criteria, and
Okay.
and they came back with half a dozen choices, and Whitegate picked it. I don't know. Seems like everything else he chooses.
What kind of
possible
criteria? I just want to know because you know.
Well, he said that it had to be isolated and uninhabited, and it needed to be remote, and needed to provide a sense of isolation, and it needed to be a diversity of terrain types, but not inherently dangerous, at least as far as the survey would imply.
Well,
size would allow.
Well, you might want to. I would say that you probably want to fire that guy because this has gone quite badly. It's definitely not. It's definitely not uninhabited.
What do you mean uninhabited?
Well, there is a group of people here. A group of natives.
Okay, like fishermen or like a village?
No.
It doesn't matter. They're not going to bother us.
No, they will bother us if they find us. I just want to know because you seem a little nervous that this is going quite badly, and I just want to know that we'll be I hope that we'll be very if you know something that you don't that we don't know, you should tell us.
I don't know anything. What do you mean? Do I know anything?
He doesn't seem like he knows anything, or was he nervous more because he just like
give me an investigation test.
Yeah, sure.
Maggie, Tony, you're talking to Evie.
Yes. Digger's talking to Evie.
I got a 3 out of 5.
Okay.
So
she looks at you, kind of like rolls her eyes, waiting for whatever lecture you're going to give or whatever, whatever pep talk you're going to try.
Yeah. Ready to get off this island?
I was ready yesterday.
All right.
Are we leaving?
You want to leave?
We don't have to stay here for the whole week?
Depends on what you want to do.
Well, I want to go, but I don't know if my dad's going to agree. Always what he wants.
Not in this case. I want to get off this island right now, as bad as you do.
Yeah, but isn't he paying you?
Some things are more important than money.
Also, he pays you for your professionalism.
Never try and convince my dad of that.
Well, look, this conversation isn't about him. It's just about me and you. So, look, we're going to get off this island in hopefully the next 4 or 5 hours. Sooner, if possible. The thing is, and I don't want you to freak out, but I know that you still have your phone, your sat phone.
No. I put it in the bag.
Do I detect any lying, or is she telling the truth?
You can make a test, but she does seem like she's being pretty truthful.
Okay,
my dad told me how to put it in the bag.
I have loyalty. I'm going to try to connect on that.
Can you get it? We can get it from the bag.
Okay. Do you know who had access to the bag?
I guess Privet. I guess Rip. And my
Rip.
dad. There's a code on it.
Okay. All right.
What's wrong? Why are you? Why can't you just use the boat? The comms on the boat.
Comms on the boat went down.
It does seem kind of like a janky boat.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
That hurts a little bit, Digger. That boat's your baby.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Okay. Yeah, we're trying to get a contact so we can get the boat back up and running so we can get off this island. Too many things are going wrong. Too many wild animals, too many close calls. We're gonna call it short. But
what happened to him? She points to Moore. Doesn't look so good.
That's what I'm talking about. He is a wild animal, I think.
Okay. So we suggest we take a real quick bio break. Where this goes in the next half an hour to an hour is up to you guys and how you want to try and resolve it. But
okay.
While I'm off of the bathroom, if you guys want to discuss it or take your own bio break, that'd be appropriate.
Sure.
All right. Okay, guys. So let's
So-
see. We've got no communications. We have a satellite that is pinging our location constantly right now, visible to everybody.
Yep.
We've got a bunch of unwilling people, and don't necessarily want to go along. Everyone's got their own thing going on, and once again, we have no communication.
Yeah.
And no, I can't check for the cat sitter about Gabriel. Need to check. It's really making me nervous. So my working theory
Right.
is that Privet has intentionally sabotaged everything
Yeah.
in
And
order to ransom his employees.
yeah.
Corporate spy. He's gonna go to Gen Diver, their competitor.
Get everybody kidnapped and say,
Yep.
oops. Also, it's a shame that Red Sky Charter's boat died and no one left the island except me. That's a real shame.
Yeah.
What happened to all that?
There could be those two groups then on the island, the military group, which there's an angle there. If we try to befriend, say like, look, we won't.
Well, if we, so we could, right? I agree with your befriending, but the bottom line is we get paid and the kid doesn't get hurt, right?
Yeah.
So those could be our terms. Take everybody. Kid doesn't get hurt. You still pay us.
I don't think that the gun runners are. Do you
Yeah,
think the gun runners are employed by the rival company?
No, I think they're an unfortunate third party. Which
but like the thing is that can we trust that they will, side with us?
no,
Yeah, that's the problem. Because like also like if they're desperate gun runners, like this is also a golden opportunity. They don't, it's still a bunch of hostages that they could ransom.
yeah,
Let's try to keep that out of it and hope that doesn't happen. But maybe there's a way to contact the gun runners. Maybe they have a sat phone that we can use to get off the island.
yeah.
But why would they do it? So
Because otherwise they have to kill us all, and they don't want to do that because nobody wants anybody to die.
yeah, maybe we'll say that the Coast Guard is on their way already. So if they murder us, they're going to have to cover up the fact that the Coast Guard's already on their way. They're going to be looking for something. We'll just tell them that it was just us. I know Tiny. Everything's fine.
Yep. I think that's a good way to go.
Yeah.
Okay. What could prevent us from getting to the smugglers before we get there? What could prevent us from getting there?
Wild animals, Privet being a jerk.
That's true. What should we do about him?
Well, the thing is that I want I kind of want Privet to
Fess up.
Fess up.
In front of everyone. Shame him.
So we got to bring him along.
We're going to waterboard him?
No, I don't think we need to necessarily do that. I mean, we have leverage.
Isn't that one of your skills that you kept saying? Extract aspects or something?
Fugitive capture.
Fugitive capture. Yeah, he's a fugitive. Capture him.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep everyone safe. For now, let's figure out what he knows. Then we're gonna try to get to the gun runners. We're gonna try to keep everyone else safe in the meantime and hidden from that other VTOL, because the VTOL and the hovercraft are the VTOL's probably Gen Diver, and or another Biogene competitor, and then the hovercraft is obviously the gun runners.
Yeah.
So we gotta avoid both of them because we're gonna get shot if we just start running towards the camp.
Yes.
So we have to sneakily make our way to the camp, and then
you're probably gonna have to make the approach to camp.
Actually, you know what? Actually, I put the remote over. Could we try to contact them through the remote?
Oh, that's
It does have a PA system because it's for dolphins to interact with humans, so it does have the ability to speak and be spoken to.
Yeah, can you try to talk to them through the remote?
What are
Uh,
we saying?
Yeah, like hello, we come in peace.
It's a good start.
Hail and well met.
Is there?
Want to make a lot of money?
Yeah.
That-
Let's open with that.
Let's
Yeah.
open with that.
Yeah.
Counterpoint: we don't have a lot of money.
Well, we have a rich executive who will, if he survives, will be able to pay them all substantial amounts of money.
Yeah.
That's
So I'm only got the general context of what you guys are planning, which is kind of fun. But I'm assuming that if you're off in the corner, kind of chatting, off in the corner, off like away from the group chatting,
yeah.
Rip is going to come over and find out what it is that's got you guys looking so serious. And
He could have done the phones in. Let's keep him on the DL.
Yeah.
Oh hey, Rip.
Yeah.
so, why are you guys looking like you're expecting to get ambushed any minute?
Because somebody turned our phones into goo.
What?
Or
Okay.
your phones.
You guys haven't. This is the first you're sharing with everybody, right?
Yeah.
This happened.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, this was in the bag.
So you show him the contents?
Yeah. Did you do this?
No. Well, why would I do that? That's completely
Who else
off
had
script.
access to the bag?
That's a violation of security procedures,
Yeah, no shit. This whole operation's a violation of security.
right? I've tried to explain that since the whole thing was conceived, but
So-
here we are.
Whitegate or I kind of shake my head like who had access to the bag?
He kind of like shrugs and he's like, everybody dropped their phones in there.
I don't know who.
So it could have been anybody that dropped their phone and also dropped in not a phone.
Yeah, or something that looked like a phone.
In
Fuck.
see anyone drop
You
in?
can see him doing the calculus. He's like, there seems to be a corporate spec ops team here. Communications were deliberately shut down. You didn't say anything about the boat, right? He's aware of the boat not
Yeah.
functioning.
Yeah.
He says, he asked, have you found anything out about your vessel and its
Yeah,
uplink?
it's dead because of this, and I show the flash drive. This was plugged into my systems. It completely wiped out the operating system. I need a SAT connection back home to get
So
someone to put
This is
the.
going to sound paranoid, but it's my job to be paranoid. I think someone's after one of these execs. Probably
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Clearly.
We need to question everyone who's been acting suspicious or knows a bit, but there's a way that there's another group of people on the island here. They
Could get us off.
could get us out of here, away from the
Are you
saboteur.
talking about that camp you mentioned?
Yep.
Well, how do you know who they are and if you can trust them?
We don't.
Oh, we can't trust them.
We
They're
can't.
not
We
good.
just know they are not affiliated with the people in the VTOL.
How do you know that? I mean, I follow your logic, but what makes you feel that?
Their camp was camouflaged. It was not made to. They're definitely not professional military.
They haven't come to us.
Looks like they've been here a while.
Yeah.
As
Well-
soon as we got on the island, anyone who hadn't turned over their phones would just say, "Hey, we're all here. Come pick us up."
Uh-huh. Okay, well, I need to share this with Whitegate.
No.
Well, I'm obliged.
He could be the one that's trying to leverage this situation.
Well, okay, I'm still working for him then. I guess I'm trying to leverage the situation. I mean,
Yeah, no,
seriously,
you can bring him over here. Tell him like here. We don't need to make another announcement speech.
okay, he tries to casually like get his attention and send him over, but everyone sees that now there's 4 people over.
Jeez.
Over huddled up.
So they're kind of sitting dejectedly amongst themselves, swatting at bugs, but also like watching you guys.
That's fine.
I'd like to move over to Privet a
So-
bit. Just to,
Okay, so
So
do you need to hear
what
explain
seems to
it?
be what seems to be the issue, and why are we all huddled up here instead of back at camp? I mean, we could be contacting these people in the VTOL and asking for help with our communications issue, right?
Yeah. Why would you suggest that? I mean,
You told me
like,
the boat was down.
Yeah, boat's down.
yeah, boats
Phones
down,
are all down.
phones down.
Phones are down. What do you mean the phones are down?
Well, the phones exploded.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, in the bag.
You show him the lump.
Yeah.
He's not an idiot. He's just bombastic, and you can see the calculus going on behind his eyes.
Who has the most to gain from this expedition going around? Who's the thirstiest?
I don't think it's about this expedition. It's about the team. It's about the research we're doing, and well,
You said you have your geneticists here, right?
chief geneticist, yeah, and the head lab tech.
Pretty smart people.
Applications, they're all very smart. They're all tops of the field.
Pretty valuable information they have.
know anything?
Any one of us would be a boon to a corporate espionage operation, but I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but I would probably be the bigger prize, simply because of my knowledge of Biogene internal operations.
Yeah.
Yep.
So somebody wants to offer you as a prize to a VTOL.
He looks back over his shoulder.
We don't have to sort out who it is now, but we have a way to get off this island potentially. There's a certain group of, I don't know, criminals, the best word. And we could, negotiate with them probably better than we could with VTOLs that, are unmarked.
Right. As long as all they need to know is that
I suppose
We
there'll
have-
be money involved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
let's try to low play it, say we own a company. Okay. Or I'll make the approach. I'll say I know someone who owns a company who is willing to get off this island. That's the carrot, and the stick is that we have already pressed this emergency beacon and the Coast Guard is 100% coming to this island. And we can leave their names out of it entirely if they help us avoid the VTOL and get to the Coast Guard.
Okay. So imagining two things are happening then. Maggie, you said you were going to go talk
Yeah,
to
to
Privet, and
Privet, yeah.
Digger, you wanted to try and contact the camp through the remote.
Sure. Yeah. I'll try to make that approach.
Okay. Ben, Maggie, what's your opening line with Privet?
Hey, Privet.
Yeah,
Uh,
what?
Yeah, you seem. You seem like. What exactly did you do again? I'm sorry. I'm a little fuzzy.
What did I do?
Assistant? Yeah, like what was your job? What's your
Oh,
profession?
I'm
Specialty.
executive administrator for the genetics branch.
Okay, so you're a people person, right?
Well, yeah, I like to think so. I mean, it's
Okay.
very necessary to my work.
Okay.
I'm responsible for a lot of the communications and keeping the social oil in place. So
Oh, that's good. So we are gonna need. We need a people person because we're gonna need to negotiate with some people to help us help fix the boat, or have to borrow one of their boats.
okay, are you talking about the people in this VTOL that we keep seeing?
No, not the people in the VTOL. We should stay away from the people in the
What's wrong with
VTOL.
your boat? I mean, it seemed fine yesterday.
How does
Give
he?
Give me,
I want to.
when he says that, I want you to give me a
Did you put a
investigation.
thumb drive in our boat?
Yeah, can I do investigation? Also intimidating to cut
Sure.
the bullshit. Prove
Good-
it. Like
good bad cop
fucking-
approach.
fucking. All right. So that'll be a 7 total, and I got a 1.
Nice.
Oh, all right. His eyes are darting left and right, and
What would you know something about what happened to the boat?
if he was sitting down, his knee would be bouncing up and down really fast. When you ask about the boat, his knee stops moving, but his eyes keep darting. What boat? I mean, your boat? I don't know anything about a boat. I really don't know about boats. I don't really like boats that much.
Well, I mean, for what happened, you probably wouldn't need all that much to, you want to need to know that much about what happened, right? I mean, like, I don't know. You just need to. It wasn't that hard for, sabotaging the boat. You just got to put a thumb drive into port.
About sabotage. You see your narrative benefit for your critical success.
Yeah.
You see his hand kind of move unconsciously towards pocket, and then
I'm going to like basically like push him against the tree and grab his hands.
Privet is not a physical person.
Okay. I want to put the knife to his throat.
Okay, and you are massive, so I'm not even going to make you roll to control him in that way. But you push him up against a tree. He squeals. Several people kind of turn and see what's wrong, and then they
fucking sold us out, you little bitch.
Okay. So you've got him. He's tippy-toed as you're pushing your forearm against his throat and chest, holding him up against a tree. Do you really pull a knife on him?
Yeah.
Okay. He doesn't actually pee himself, but he kind of looks like he wants to. And then he just makes this noise in the back of the show. It's like,
well, this is you're the one who made this. You're the one who fucked this. So clearly you're the one who knows how to solve this. So why don't you help the group, Privet?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in the pocket? I'll while I have him up, I'll try to have someone grab the pocket that he was trying to reach for. I'll say to Drew.
Sure.
Okay, you pull out a satellite-equipped V. There's an uplink.
Hooray.
Well, everyone is supposed to put their phones in the bag. Why is this here?
Can I toss it to Digger?
It's emergency use. I always have to take care of the details, and sometimes I have to do what's right for the boss, even though he may have.
Does this seem like this is right for the boss to have a corporate kill team in the middle of while we're stranded with no boat and no communication in the middle of an unknown island? Does this sound safe?
He kind of chokes off as he realizes he said too much.
Mm-hmm. So I've got the satellite in hand.
You got the uplink, yeah. You'll have to force the access code out of him, but that's not hard with Maggie.
Okay, yeah, I grab his thumb and I put his thumb on the thumbprint scanner and it opens.
Yeah. And so now you have a satellite uplink that you can hook your V to if you want.
Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask my wife to send over the code to uplink the boat.
There's this like comic relief moment where she's in the workshop, like digging through all these things, and finally propping up the table. Yeah. And then she shakes her head and plugs it in.
Gonna get to it eventually.
And it's downloading.
Okay, great. Thanks. Love you. Be home soon. Then I'm gonna text Tiny. Call him.
You calling him or texting him?
I'll call him.
Okay. Hey, brother.
Sorry, we got cut off back then.
Yeah, well, I thought you didn't like what I had to say and just were like,
No. Someone sabotaged my boat.
Oh, that don't sound good. Word sabotage. That's a loaded word, man.
Yeah. I'm having a guy.
Who wants to sabotage that old junker?
Come on, man. I've been through a lot recently. Okay. Look, don't worry about it. I got I got my best person breaking their kneecaps right now. Everything is good. Here's the problem. And I kind of
so here's where the favor comes in. Okay, I got it. What do you need?
So I need I'll lay out the whole situation to him. I'll make it as clear how dangerous this is, how whatever you need in the future, I got you.
So what do you want from him specifically?
Specifically, I want him to help with an introduction to this group. If he can, or if he knows the best approach to this group.
To the gun runners.
So he's going to need to figure out, based on your location, who
Mhm.
these folks are, and then
Yeah.
connect
Who
them.
their bosses, and then
Okay. And then you want him to pass on word that you're there and need help.
Yeah,
yeah.
that
That we're
would work.
good folks.
Say again.
That we're good folks.
Yeah, that
So
we're good.
I can do that, but bro, these things aren't cheap. Yeah, I mean, these boys don't work for me, and they gotta work for someone, and I gotta find that someone, and that takes time, and I gotta pay that someone, and that takes time, and
I'll-
For sure.
then they gotta contact them, and that takes time and money, and then they gotta offer them some money.
How much
So
I got these corporate people here with me. They don't want to die. They don't want to, get sabotaged. They don't want to get their information stolen to another company. How much you need?
okay, I bet we do this. You need to be hauled out of there, or you need to come all the way home, or what do you need?
We just need them to run defense for us until
We
take
can.
down a VTOL. We need them to just
Yeah. If they could take down a VTOL, then we can escape in the boat. That would be
Okay,
great.
maybe we do 50 large, and then they have to maybe have bonus after if things get hairy.
give me 1 minute. I'm gonna put you on speaker. Give me 1 minute. Hey, Mr. Whitegate.
Yeah. Sorry. So you say Mr. Whitegate? He goes, yes. You know my name.
We can get everyone out of here. The other group that's going to run defense for us just needs to be paid for their services to get out of here, to get us out of here. We
So
can get
what services would I be paying for, and how much do they want?
Well, they're going to protect us, and they're going to make sure nothing happens to you.
Is that what I'm paying you for?
Your
And he looks at you
daughter.
guys and Rip.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Do you want me to shoot down the VTOL? Because I got a bow and arrow. So
Rip turns to him and says, Mr. Whitegate, circumstances have changed. This entire operation, which I told you was a bad idea, well, now we've got a difference in force application, and it's one thing for me to be covering you with a pistol at a corporate meeting. It's entirely another for this group of locals and I to be going up against a full extraction team. So I think you need to pay the man.
it's 75.
I'm afraid I left my anti-material bullets at home.
Good job, Digger.
Okay, he looks a little bit taken aback at Rip, and but he starts to realize, and then you notice him look across the little gathering and look at his daughter, who's just kind of staring up at him, because the effort to keep this conversation quiet, it seems like
We kind of felt that a long time ago.
I mean, especially with Privet hanging by the tree.
Yeah, no, that happened in the closet.
And he sees her look at him, and then he goes, fine, yeah, whatever you need.
Okay.
And he says, if you can get me, if you need something in advance, and you can get me online, I can send it wherever.
Yeah. We'll. You get all that, Tiny? I'm taking off speakerphone.
Oh yeah, sounds like Moneybags there. He's ready to pay up. Oh, that's good. I noticed you add a little dosh to the price there. That's a way to be, old digger. You gotta make up for your losses at Domino somehow, eh?
Yeah, buddy.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. I'll be in touch.
Okay, thanks. Be good. Really appreciate you. Click.
All right.
How long on the download?
You got about 10 minutes left.
Okay, the boat's going to be watched. We can't immediately head back there. That's got to be our last order of operations. But when we do head back to the boat, that's where the VTOL will engage, and then we can set up a counter ambush. Right, Maggie? Is that how these things work?
Yes. I think also I left my anti-material bullets at home.
Okay.
So we either are gonna have to, the only options that I can see is either wait for them to land and then or at least stay. I have an idea. We could give them bait. They're here to extract the Whitehead. We could give them someone who looks like Whitehead. Or
just throw Privet out
Whitegate.
there. And
just throw Privet up.
Privet.
they'll go to make contact. He doesn't have any way to contact them or any sat phone or anything like that. You could train on him so he doesn't make any movements, any threatening.
We can glue him to this beacon.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
All right.
Have him be our bait, and then when they come out of the VTOL or land it, we ambush them. The other option is to hope our new friends have something heavier in their little supply cache.
I mean, that's their job. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And then we could, then we just need to, blow the thing. I don't know. My law skills are a little bit.
They're getting blurry right now. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting blurred. And also by law, I also meant my use of a portable rocket. Haven't used those in a while.
All right. Let's keep group morale up. Let's separate Privet off from everybody else.
Yeah, let's offer the scapegoat.
And
Well,
Mr.
we have to
Latimer.
make contact first.
Mr. Latimer,
Yes.
this is Rip saying this to you. He goes,
Uh-huh.
I just realized we may have a complication.
Oh, another one. I'm ready.
Well, all of us are implanted with telemetry transmitters, biometrics like vitals and location. Everybody at Biogene is.
Sure.
It's part of the smart systems that manage the population. If this guy truly sold us out, those signals we probably sold those too, and they know right where we are.
Ah, well then, that's great news. We know exactly where they're coming.
We need to all start heading towards that other camp right now.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, that's a great idea. Who's gonna help me
Download
carry?
complete.
Oh, hooray! Can we just go to the? Are we going to the camp, and some of us to the boat?
They know where the boat is.
That's true, but we gotta
Yeah.
go.
They don't think
fix
it
the
can
boat.
move though.
They don't think it can
That
move.
is
We
true.
should have somebody swim out to the boat.
Drew,
can
don't
do-
forget you have a interlink. You can drive it remotely.
Oh well, that's okay. Then we'll all start humping over to the gun camp, and then
I'll swim out. I'll fix the boat. I'll swim back.
yeah,
Or
Well, we-
no, I'll dive into the water.
the boat's essentially fixed, right?
Yeah, you just downloaded everything.
Yeah.
I thought I had to be at the boat to download it, since there was no connection to the boat because the computer was down.
You downloaded it to your V, right? And
Yeah.
you could have that linked to the boat. There was no uplink to it. There was no satellite uplink, so you can connect to the boat.
But I can still connect to the
The
boat.
comms work
Yeah.
as a receiver,
Sick.
but there was no signal being connected to the satellites.
Awesome.
So you can complete the download to the boat
Yep.
and then reboot the system.
Okay.
And then remote pilot it over to pick us up by whatever C5 or whatever it is.
So when you hit the query signal, suddenly that whole part of your sensory system opens up, and you've got all the cameras and inputs on the boat, and essentially the boat comes to life in your mind.
Yes.
And you realize that there's somebody on board.
Oh, good. Nondescript person guy.
Well,
Spec Ops Ninja guy.
yeah, Spec Ops Ninja, right? He's
Okay.
full body armor, heavy body armor, assault weapon, web gear, and he seems to have taken up a hidden position in the boat, waiting for someone to come back to it.
Okay. Well, that's great that the boat's alive, and so is he.
Yeah. Just floor it.
Right? Try and unseat him with wild mental control of the boat. Or we bring them over to the insurgents, and the insurgents say, "Hey, there's a boat," and go check it out and see that there's a spec ops guy on the boat, and they have that fight.
Well, let's try to keep our allies safe.
So, where are you guys going physically, and what are you doing with the boat?
I think we'd like to start walking toward
gun camp?
the gun camp.
For the telemetry implants, where are they in place in the body? Like, could they be removed with a little battlefield surgery?
Yeah, they're not supposed to be readily. I mean, it's not an easy thing. It's not like popping a pimple or something. But
Right.
With first aid kits and
Time.
cooperative people and time, you could probably dig them out. But it
Okay.
would be minor.
Where are they
surgery.
placed? Are they in their?
They're in their forearms.
Yeah. Okay. So
You're gonna have to check for each person, though.
Yeah, I feel like that's
well, I think we
last.
should do it for the most important one.
Ooh. Okay.
We should do it for the biggest fish.
They're gonna know. We're not gonna split up.
Yeah, that's gonna be
that's
the
true.
button that says, "Hey, they're actually figured out shit. Let's set the jungle on fire or whatever."
Fair.
I mean,
Yeah.
unless they already know because they have.
But he's alive right now.
And they saw Privet's heart rate spike and his adrenaline go through the roof when we were threatening him. So they're probably aware something's going on.
Yeah,
If anything, we should just
leave
start.
the implants in and just start walking.
All right.
So
And
we have uplink, right?
Yep.
I feel obliged to call corporate security and get them on this. I mean, not only could they shut off these
Yeah, let's get as many
transponders, but we could have them inbound and possibly by dropship, so they could be here in, maybe.
That
Under
sounds
an
like
hour.
a great plan, Mr.
That
Rip.
is a great yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you'll have to give him access to the sat phone.
Yeah, sure.
He goes off to the side and starts chatting with somebody.
He's
Okay.
gonna do it in the open in front of all of us. So
Well,
we
you can
know.
follow him. He just doesn't want to he doesn't want to worry people by the things he's about to say.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I
So
monitor his
You can
telephone.
follow over, and he goes full on military, like paramilitary convo, and he talks about the primary targets, suspected primary targets, those that are expendable, the potential lethality of the situation. He's itemizing what he imagines would be the extraction team's potential size, and based on what Drew saw aboard the boat, what their armament looks like, and he's basically calling for rapid interception and evac.
Okay, doesn't sound like he's on Privet's team.
No, that's clear. So I have like a 6-minute warning, I guess, before I have to cut out.
Oh, shoot. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So the boat's headed south, right?
Do we want to deliver an armed person to our potential allies with no warning, or do we just want to take the boat around the island and have a couple?
We can try to shake them off on the way to the allies.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay. So you command the boat to withdraw its anchor. So it cranks up the anchor and the engines start. The guy starts moving around like, he's surprised that the boat is moving. He's looking for somebody, and then he realizes it's probably being remote operated. He goes to the controls and he's trying to deactivate it, but of course you are controlling it.
The controls are made out of wood too, and he doesn't know that. Yeah.
No, but there is a emergency switch, like on a treadmill. Those like red buttons on the treadmill to stop.
Yeah.
But
That string was cut a long time ago.
well, that's what I'm assuming. But I'm also seeing if he's even going to think about that. Give me a boat, a boat captain,
This is the role I was born for.
and tell me what you want to do to try and accomplish your goal here.
Okay. So I want to get him off the boat. I'm not thinking it can like tip side to side, right? Or I could.
Well, it can as you can be up to speed and
You
then
do some really harsh
yeah.
turns.
So I create some waves that I'm gonna go like run up against later to try and give me enough oomph to kick him off the boat.
Okay. especially if you get him leaning one way and then suddenly jerk
Yeah.
the other way.
Yep.
Okay.
Like it looks like we're just doing large circles until we try to cut across our own wake there.
Okay.
Um,
So go ahead and let's say that it's a -2 to your boat to pull off this kind of maneuver. We'll say it's -2 to boat captain,
okay.
and then he has to make it's like an opposed test, and you're trying to manipulate him. So he's going to resist, and then the goal would be to get him pitched over the side, right?
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out what attribute makes most sense.
You're plugged into the boat as if
Yeah.
the boat is you, so it's going to be some element of coordination.
Oh, coordination? Okay, whatever. Dexterous is fine. And I would like to use physical strain preemptively on this.
Okay.
So what benefit does spending one of those do
It
for
just
me?
adds to your target number.
Okay, cool. What's the bonus?
It adds 1 for 1.
Okay, so I'll just use.
But it would probably be mental strain because you're thinking this through. You're not exerting your body.
Yeah, I'll just use 1. That's fine.
Okay.
So 3 and 3 is 6. 3 dice and 6 target number. All right, I have a action value of 4.
Okay, he has an action value of 1. So you zig when he thinks you're going to zag. He's flung against the railing and grabs a hold for just a moment and then disappears into the wake.
Bye, guy. With all that armor on, yeah, I hope so.
Well, it probably has, given the nature of the planet, it probably has
That's
built-in
true.
flotation. All right, so now where's the boat headed?
Now the boat is headed towards off the coast from the gunrunners.
Okay,
Yeah.
so counterclockwise around the island.
Yeah.
All right, and then you guys are on foot headed from C2 to where?
Let's go through most direct path to F5 to their
F5.
camp.
So it's probably actually faster for you to go along the beach than
On the
trying
beach.
to go over the ridge.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's say that it's a montage of sweaty humping people that are struggling are lagging behind. Someone is having to. I'm assuming it's Maggie, since she's
Yeah.
particularly strong, is carrying more. Maggie, give me a physique test. You can use powerful if you want. This would just be a straight up attribute test. So
Okay.
5 plus 4 is 9. You're carrying the body, so -2, so it's a 7.
I rolled a 5.
All right, so you're sweating too, but you're managing to carry him fireman style. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But you are a massive creature. You are probably as close to the camp as you want to get without either an introduction or letting them know you're coming.
Right.
We had that remote that I placed to overwatch the camp earlier.
Okay.
And could we? I send access to that to Digger. Digger, can you do our introduction?
Sure. Let me just check in with Tiny and see how goes the preparations. We good, Tiny?
Well, I had not talked to them, but their boss, he assured me that they're ready for being paid. So you better have some money. That's the best I can do.
Perfect. You're an angel.
Yeah, that's not what they usually call me, but okay.
Cherub, then.
Mm,
Tiny
that's-
angel.
Yeah, I get it. You're making fun of my size. That's funny. That's good. Some guy's pulling your fat out of the fire, and here you are, like making fun of him. I get you.
Sticking himself deeper.
Yeah, that's my name, buddy.
Go get your shine box.
Okay. I ask Whitehall for or Whitegate. We've called him so many different names. I asked Whitegate for if he's ready to transfer the money through the.
He's arranged for a one of these like difficult to trace cash dumps that you could just give a number to somebody.
Yeah.
I imagine if this is a movie. Your voice comes out of the remote. What do you say to the camp?
Well, what do you know, guys? It's payday. We've got a group of people ready for extraction and a boatload of money ready to head to you.
Okay, there's a smash cut, and then there's you standing on the beach, and all these insurgent gun runners with guns sort of loosely pointed in your direction.
Yeah.
And you're telling them what you want them to do.
I want them to run interference for us and take down the VTOL if possible, if that's not theirs.
And what are you going to be doing in the meantime? Like, what are they running interference for? I guess.
Oh, loading guy on the boat.
I mean, yeah, we're going to be loading all of
Us.
all of this corporate group that we've been escorting through the jungle unknowingly that it was their territory. No one knows who you guys are.
We don't care.
We don't care. I give some of the jargon that I know for insurgent sympathy, and
Maggie may care because some of those crates say GEO on them, but
Well.
Maggie may also want to be biting her tongue at the moment. I don't
I
know.
think
Yep.
Maggie wants to live.
I try to direct Maggie's attention to just making sure we're all doing everything correctly.
Yeah. In fact, I'm probably gonna have to overwatch them when they try to. I'm probably gonna have to lend them support for. fighting
Okay,
the
so they
people.
say that they will attempt to take out the VTOL, but they are
Or
going to
just
need.
make sure it doesn't
They're
get
going to
to-
need some bait to get it into the open.
Well, that's us. We're going to be heading from the forest ridgeline out to the boat, and they will come to us.
Okay, where is your boat, Drew?
The boat.
Is it like
Um,
G5?
Yes. Yeah. G5.
So you pull into that little bay, and the boat's waiting, and then you guys just run for it.
Well, we're going to ask them what they think. If is that cool?
Well, they're following your tactical lead. That's your choice.
Hovercraft us out to our boat.
Okay, that puts us in a little extra danger.
what's
Well,
the
either you pay a driver or we rent it to you. I mean, it's just more
Rent
money,
it.
right? It's just,
yeah, just trying to get more money?
Sure. I hope it's got great insurance. Let's rent it.
Okay, so you all
Wait,
there's this,
we need to rent it? Is that what we're doing?
you know, in those movies when they have the fancy car in the garage and the guy comes in and pulls the tarp off and there's like the dramatic reveal.
Yeah.
They do that, but the thing underneath there does not look seaworthy. It looks
Well,
fast, but it doesn't look safe.
Well, it's bait, so
Right. So you all load up and they toss you well, it doesn't even have keys. It's just a button. So Drew, you going to drive this thing?
is this the technical? Does it have a gun on it?
It doesn't have a gun on it. It just has it just had armed people on it before. So it looked
Oh, okay.
like,
I see.
yeah, it's not technically a technical, but
Okay.
Yeah. This is not a jump craft, so I guess I would just use my regular boat captain.
I think boat captain is more similar than jump craft.
Okay.
So I want a roll from each of you. I want one of you on some sort of Overwatch.
That would be me.
I want one of you managing the people that's going to be getting onto the boat, and I need Drew to be driving, and then your new allies themselves will be making a test to see how good a job they do with some of their
Toys?
some of their toys, some of their wares.
Okay, I'm not a great people person, but I can be intimidating. So I'll say,
Move it.
yeah. If you guys want to live, do exactly what I say.
Okay, Drew, what do you got for me?
All right. Yeah, boating captain 3, and I guess dexterous, so 5. Oh, good. I made it by 3.
Okay. And Maggie?
Yeah, sniper for Overwatch. And I guess that would be would that be like aware or to place the Overwatch?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. For if I spend a point of physical strain, that increases the target number.
Yep.
Okay. So and then it just increases it by one, like however many points I spend, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'll spend 1 point, so that total is going to increase my target number to 7.
Okay, I'm imagining it's not so much that you're shooting because it's a VTOL and you have a rifle.
Yeah.
And probably
It's
not
more
the
like
best.
I'm spotting.
Yeah, it's more about like go now, and don't go straight to the boat. Cuddle on the coast here and then make a dash for it. Okay, now they're coming. Okay, move it. Right.
Okay, I rolled 2 ones.
All right,
So-
excellent. And I'm sorry, Digger, how'd you do with your intimidation?
I'm intimidating, so that's 2d10. I'm big and tough, so that's at least 3. So I've got a total of target of 4, and I rolled a 2, so I have a AR of 2.
Okay. Yeah, action value of 2, and oof. This is a bit of chaos. It all happens at once. You finally make a dash for it, Drew, as the hovercraft knifes out from the shore towards the last chance. The same moment, there's a dramatic roar as the VTOL breaks the tree line overhead, followed by a flaming line as a surface-to-air man-portable missile launches out of the trees.
Yeah.
You are you pull up hard next to the last chance, almost crashing into it, bumping up hard against it. Several of the people ready to scramble over the side at Digger's orders actually fall into the water between the VTOL, between the hovercraft and the
Joseph,
hydrofoil. But with Maggie's massive arms and strength, she's able to leverage him out of the water and toss him onto the deck. And you all load up. You're already connected to it. I need one more boat test for you to get underway.
Okay.
As explosion occurs overhead.
And make sure that the wreck doesn't land on the
Can
boat.
I assist before you roll?
I have rolled, but I haven't told you any numbers yet.
Can I assist as a boat rate?
I made it by 1.
Yeah, if you want to make boat right, I suppose you can help get the.
I'm a boat rate. That's 4. I am resourceful in this tenuous situation. That's 3, total of 7 on 2d10. And I got an action value of 4.
Okay, so you get a +2 to that. So you don't make a critical success. That would have been the only difference, is whether it made it a critical or not. But so Latimer, you get the boat underway. Drew, you get the boat underway. There is a rain of white hot chaff that comes out of the VTOL, and that first missile goes wide, but the second one clips it, and you see it do the classic movie thing where it starts to turn sharp, trailing smoke, and disappears behind trees, so they don't have to pay for an explosion on camera. And it goes down in the woods, or at least sets down hard somewhere over the tree line, and then you guys are just on your way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as you're clearing the island and maybe 10 minutes into your voyage, you see a white streak in the sky as a dropship comes from orbit, headed towards the island.
Oh, good.
Jesus. Well, that nature preserves
Were
fucks
they
now.
going to the signal though?
Yeah, that was a Sky Mall.
were they?
No, you got. Remember, he caught.
Yeah, we called Mr. Rip.
Rip called
Okay, South
Biogene
Coast.
Security and got a full-on armed dropship response.
Okay.
So they knew what island to come to. They've been using satellites to track the activity, and
Sure.
it took them about 35 minutes to get from orbit, but they are finally here.
Okay.
All right.
Well-
So ultimately, you guys will be met probably an hour or two later by the dropship. It lands in the ocean next to you and picks up all the corporate folks.
Cool.
And you are they are offloaded, and you are left alone on your suddenly very much emptier boat, headed back to shore.
Another 12 hours.
There are a couple of There's a montage with a couple of scenes of you guys sort of shaking hands with Rip. One of you sort of pats Evie on the back. You're handing people across the gap into the dropship, and there's a bunch of armed dudes with very serious looks on their faces managing the transfer. And then as sort of the last comment, Whitegate says to you, well, that was one way that we would have learned to survive as a team. I appreciate the service, and I demonstrate that too. And you guys will all get notifications that your the contract a bonus has been amended to it, and so you get your normal fee for the trip that you had been chartered for, and then an additional 20 grand on top of that.
Oh, we can
Nice.
take the whole week off.
Yeah.
How much extra from the negotiation?
Well, you asked for the 25, right? So,
Yeah. I mean that was extra grease for whatever that needed to go. Maybe.
well, you had to rent the hovercraft. So
Yeah.
maybe you come out 15 ahead.
All right. I'll
Okay.
split that with Tiny over our next game of dominoes.
If he doesn't win it from you.
Wow.
That's how he splits it, right?
Yeah, that's how I split it by losing.
All right, well, that's the game. That's
Oh,
Day at the
this is
Beach.
fun.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thanks
playing.
a lot.
Good game, guys.
Arthur, sorry for tagging you on a little late.
Oh, no worries. That's life.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry for
Yeah.
being
No worries.
late as well. but
Enjoy
Oh,
your
no
this is a
movie,
great
Arthur.
game, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yep.
Yeah, thank
All
you.
right. Have a
No,
good one.
Yeah, you too.
Okay. See you later, Arthur.
Bye.
Yeah. So you guys kind of wrapped up all of the different pieces of the story, but just for sort of wrapping it up for anybody that may watch this later, it was legitimately what Whitegate hired you for. But
Yeah.
Privet saw this as his opportunity to finally get out from the guy he felt was responsible for his stunted career and all of the shit in his life. Neither one of them are good people, and so they certainly weren't doing each other any good.
Right.
And he sold him out to a rival corporation, Gendiver, essentially in a big act of corporate espionage.
Mhm.
Nobody knew about the gunrunners on the island. That was just unfortunate serendipity, which you guys turned to your favor, which is nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
I am
type of
so
stuff.
happy Maggie didn't take a couple pot shots at them.
That was
Yes.
before like I didn't realize I thought initially that either the VTOL was basically like a SEAL Team 6 like on an operation that we didn't know about, or that they actually were working with the VTOL.
And
So
either
like
way,
I didn't
part of your
realize
backstory,
that.
right? 'Cause you hated the those people, the label triggered something.
Yeah, that and like I am technically I guess a GEO.
You're a law enforcement officer. Yeah.
Law enforcement officer. And also I'm like here because like I'm also a game warden, so part of it is also protecting the natural beauty of the island. So which having a spec ops like VTOL crash into it and then an ensuing firefight is not protecting the natural environment.
Yeah. So Privet is the one that put the thumb drive in the Last Chance. He's the one
How
that
did you get to the boat?
he put it in when you guys were traveling out.
Yeah, it was just like a
And it was
thumb
just
drive.
on a- it was just
needed to
on a
put it in.
timer.
Time delay.
Yeah. And then he's the one that dropped the corrosive in the bag.
Right.
And once everything was in place, he called the spec ops guys in, and they were aware that everyone else was here, and they were angling to. They had some guys on the ground. They had dusted off a team on the ground, and they were right behind you guys the whole time.
Oh wow!
If you had not gone south, when you did, you would have probably gotten pinned down in a firefight with them.
That would have been fun.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, but they were fully armed and armored and had much better weapons and many more people than you did, so it would have probably gone poorly.
It was a good amount of tension throughout the whole story.
Oh yeah,
it was really good pacing. Speaks a lot to the storytelling aspect of it, which is awesome. So thanks for that.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was fun.
Yeah, I was a little confused on how the target numbers worked. Like it took me a little bit to realize that for skills, you use the target number that's to the left of the skill list.
Yeah.
But I think that's just because like I came in late, so I was
no worries.
A little confused, but no, it all makes sense. I did have a question about like mods, like the biomod stuff. Like how were those bonuses already factored
so
into
the fixed numbers are already factored in.
Okay.
And then the variable stuff is on off.
It's just like whatever you use
depending
for
on what you want to use narratively. Okay. Yeah. But like the extra you get for your accelerated neurons is built into your coordination already.
Okay, I see. Yeah, no, it like this is a great game. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Good. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it.
Mhm.
All right, so I think I will end the broadcast. And I don't know if it boots you guys out when I do, but as far as the recording goes, I'll stop that now.
Okay. See you,
Hope you
everybody.
enjoy